because he just said, you know.
I'd like to call the February 6th Board of Education meeting to order at this time. Do we have a motion to go into closed session?
Mr. Chair, I move that we go into closed session to discuss confidential personnel matters as provided in North Carolina General Statutes 143-318.11A1 and A6 and 115C 319 through 321 to discuss confidential student matters as provided in North Carolina General Statutes 143-318.11A1 and 115C 402, and to consult with our attorney for the Board of Education in order to preserve attorney-client privilege as provided in North Carolina General Statutes 143-318.11A3.
We have a motion, do we have a second?
So moved.
All in favor, raise your right hand. Unanimous, we're in closed session.
Mr. Gordon, can you tell our computer?
Second? All in favor, raise your right hand. Okay, for general section, Ms. Burden, would you give us the honor of leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
All right, thank you very much, and I need a motion for the approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor of approval of the agenda as written, raise your right hand. Unanimous, Mr. Schwartz. All right, because we were a little bit late getting out of our closed session, we're going to go ahead and move into our public comment section right now.
Wayne County Board of Education welcomes comments from our parents, students, and community. The public comments period is open for members of the public, including parents and students, to voice compliments, concerns, or complaints about performance of school personnel, implementation of board policy, the quality of education programs, or school facilities. Each person is granted 3 minutes for his or her presentation. This portion of the meeting is for the board to hear matters of interest from the public. However, obscene, vulgar, or profane statements and statements reasonably perceived to be disruptive or eminently threatening to the orderly operation of the meeting shall not be permitted. An organization or delegation representing the same topic is encouraged to select one individual to make a presentation on its behalf. Except in cases of emergency, information received during presentations will generally not be acted upon at the time it is received, but will be considered for potential action in the normal course of business. Individuals with concerns or complaints are strongly encouraged to initially seek a response from the school district official responsible for the program or facility, or from the superintendent. Any person who wants to distribute written materials or handouts to the board is directed to leave those items at the speaker's podium for the board's clerk to retrieve and deliver to the board members.
Do we have anybody who signed up, Mr. Vogt?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Ms. Pam Stiles, representing herself, and she is going to be speaking on the topic of books at schools.
Good evening.
Hello. Thank you again for letting me speak. I wanted to say that the United States of America is a huge melting pot of many types of different people. We all have freedom. The problem I have is when people take their views and opinions or freedoms and force them onto other people. I'm not forcing them to believe as I do, so I and every parent have the right to object to them exposing our children to such mess. There is a breaking point, and the breaking point, I believe, is the fundamental reason for school is not to learn about sexual pleasure. It's not to learn about new sex acts and sex that can be happening or different types of sex that we can have. The fundamental purpose to me for school is to prepare our kids to be successful adults who can grow up to have successful careers and successful lives. It's then up to every parent to teach their children about morality, and it is not the place of the public schools to teach the children about that. I reject any notion of the schools doing that. I don't want the public school to teach my children about religion. I believe that's a personal opinion. And teaching them about religion could teach them about a religion that I didn't agree with. So I'm not pushing my religion on the school to asking them to do that. I again will be sure that my child has knowledge of all the different religions of the world and can compare the religion that our family is teaching them to the others. I reject any notion that I or people who stand with me are being hatred or bigotrous. I just think that it's wrong for the children to be sexualized. Again, if there is a parent that wants their child to be sexualized and taught about the different sexes, then that should be done at home. It shouldn't be done with my tax-paying dollars in the public school systems. I've heard nothing about the first appeal of the first book that I submitted, and I'm still waiting on that. But I have the second appeal here, and I'll leave it here on the podium so that there's a video proof that it has been done. if you as a board are interested in democracy at all, I'd ask you and challenge you to put it on the ballot and see at the next election if indeed parents want the schools to supply reading material to help their children decide sexuality decisions that affect their lives and their futures. The other thing I would like to say is the only thing I have heard about the decisions that are being talked about is the possibility of a section of the library being sectioned off for the adult books, kind of like a video store that has an adult book section except for minors. And if you'll give me just a second, I'm almost done. They don't
That's it.
even
Thank
have.
you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
That is it, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and do the board highlights now also. Mr. Henderson.
I'm honored and pleased to stand up here and recognize this individual, the NCCAT 2023 Empower Beginning Teacher of the Year finalist. Would Mount Olive Middle 7th grade English Language Arts teacher, Beth Rose, and her principal please come forward? And if you have any family, you can bring your family up with you.
If she's not here yet, Mr. Henderson?
I don't know. That's the principal. They're talking with the principal.
Okay.
Is she here? She's not here yet. She's not here yet.
Okay, we'll postpone this.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Next up, Mr. Joyner.
Would the following teachers and school administrator please come forward? From Charles B. Aycock High, Kimberly Hughes, Kristen Thompson, Deborah Williams, and Thomas Zilo.
Okay. Mr. Joyner, I think we might be a little bit early for this yet. I thought they'd be here by now, so
Very good.
We'll hold off. Thank you. Okay, moving on then with the agenda. Let's talk about support for schools in low-performing status and CIS schools. And Ms. Nguyen, I believe you are subbing for Dr. Artis tonight.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the board, Dr. Lewis. I am bringing the report for assisting and supporting our CSI, comprehensive support and improvement, and low-performing schools. Dr. Artis was prepared to give this report tonight and was unable to be here because she is ill. So as the directors, because Ms. Tart and Mr. Smith will also be coming forward to support the report going forth, but as her directors, we are here to stand in the gap for her. All right, so we'll get started. You can go ahead to the next slide. The overarching purpose of our work is to ensure that our teachers and educators maintain a laser focus on student improvement or improving instruction and learning outcomes for students. The specific strategies that we are employing for our CSI and our low-performing schools, and I'll make a note right here that within the presentation, if a school is not designated specifically of the low-performing schools that we are supporting and the CSI schools, then all of those general strategies apply to all of those schools. We only denoted schools within the presentation if it is specifically, or that strategy is specific to that school, okay? So within strategy number 1, formative assessment, we are increasing the use of formative assessment. This is assessment for learning. It's the assessment that teachers do all day long to make sure that they are targeting their instruction and support for their students. We are using formative assessment to determine the trends of individual student progress towards meeting state standards. You have an example of some of the formative assessment types that we're using across the district. Do you guys have any questions? All right.
Yes, ma'am, I do
Yes.
have a question.
Okay.
Looking at this WCPS Learning Walks tool, who's administering the walks?
The principals.
The principals?
Yes,
So
sir.
it was something that was passed on to the principals?
It was something that was passed on to the principals, yes, sir.
Okay.
Now, those of us that support the schools, myself, again, Mr. Smith, Ms. Tart, Dr. Artis, some of us that go out from CNI to support will also put a walk in, or if a principal requests, walk along with them to calibrate, but the responsibility is on the building leadership.
Does the building leadership then pass that on to other teachers by chance to do walkthroughs? Is that happening?
I think you can, there are assistant principals and also instructional coaches that I'm aware of in the schools that I support, like Northeast Elementary. I know that, now her instructional coaches, due to staffing shortages, are in the classroom, but I do know that she was using her assistant principal as well as her instructional coaches to do walkthroughs and learning walks, and then they would come back to PLCs as they are to support the teachers whenever they get together and share that feedback. So yes,
Okay, thank you.
you're welcome. Strategy number 2 speaks to instructional focus. This is simply identifying priority areas of instructional weakness through the database problem-solving model. The database problem-solving model that Wayne County Public Schools has adopted is Plan, Do, Study, Act. There are numerous database problem-solving models. This is the one that we chose to go with. We worked with our principals, leadership teams, et cetera, on using Plan, Do, Study, Act as a process to develop their school improvement plans. So mid-year is where we are right now. They've just finished with mid-year data, so we will actually be going into tomorrow. I'm pretty sure all of us have sessions scheduled, elementary breakout, middle school breakout, high school breakout, and we're moving into the study and act pieces of PDSA, where we are looking back at what we plan to do, what has gone forward, and now how do we revise that as we move further. Are there any questions on strategy 2?
And that basically would just follow along with the formative assessment anyway.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I have another question, please.
Yes, sir.
How is that PRC 105 funding, how do we get it and how is it being used?
So PRC 105 funding is for CSI schools. So when you see CSI, that is actually the designation for PRC 105. We have 3 identified CSI schools this year, and again, that's comprehensive support and intervention, and those schools are identified as schools being in the lowest 5% of schools performing across the state. So Goldsboro High School and Wayne Middle High Academy are CSI for graduation rate only, and then Brogdon Middle School is CSI for student performance. Okay. Strategy 3, targeted professional development. We are providing professional development opportunities that are targeted to teachers through instructional content and content areas needed for improvement. So here goes back to what I said at the beginning. If you don't see that a school is specifically named, then those things are happening in all of the schools. So you see Restart, and some of the things specific to Restart are specific to Goldsboro High School and Carver Heights Elementary, which are our Restart schools. Okay, moving on. Strategy 4, instructional support. These are the strategies that are being put in place for instructional support in all low-performing schools, CSI schools across the district. Again, unless a school is specifically spoken to, then those things are happening just within those schools. I'll pause for just a minute because I know there are a lot of those, so in case you have any questions.
I'd like to ask specifically about the ed direction at those 2 schools.
Okay.
I think we're actually on board to approve a purchase order for that tonight
Yes.
on our board.
Yes.
How are we going to and if I'm understanding that, that is for leadership development? The development for leadership of principals, correct?
It is coaching support for teachers, but it also does include some leadership support because those folks that are going in have to be able to collaborate with the leadership so that they understand what's actually happening with the teachers that they are coaching. And they are using a coaching model. They also provide professional development for our instructional coaches. So when they go into these schools, and our instructional coaches are K-8 because they are federally funded. So you'll have 2 coaches at Brogdon Middle School that have already spent a year in professional development with Ed Direction. So they will be able to work specifically with those teachers on site to impact those classrooms. So they'll be in classrooms coaching teachers, but yes, they will also be working with leadership around what they're doing with the teachers.
And how will it be measured if this is effective or not?
The measurement would be teacher performance and if they are actually the types of things that we're putting in place. And I can give you an example because Ed Direction also works with Dillard Middle School as part of their IPG. So the way that we have measured performance is we have benchmark data from the classrooms. We also have action plans that we build before we ever go in. And then we sit down every 3 months or so and we look at what those actions are. What did we say that we were going to use to actually measure that? Some of theirs were school culture. They measured school culture by looking at the perceptions of parents, the perceptions of students coming into the school. Teacher attendance, was it increasing? As far as the actual classroom coaching, we were actually going back to formative assessment and benchmark data. We actually look at how those classrooms are performing. Do we see marked improvement with their student benchmark data?
So I assume then, when you're talking about the student benchmark data, we can look at the school improvement plans that these principals have written, because every one of them is supposed to be putting some sort of measurement goal in their school improvement plans.
They should have performance measurement goals within their within their school improvement plans, but they may not speak specifically to classrooms.
Okay, but it would be,
So-
but we would see that if a school is saying that this particular grade will increase so much on its math scores, then we should see that. That's something
Absolutely.
measurable that we could judge to see if this amount of money that we're going to try to approve later on is actually showing benefits.
Yeah,
Correct?
you should be able
Okay.
to see that, yeah, that particular grade has increased. Now, you would have to dig a little bit deeper if you want to pinpoint exactly who Ed Direction is working with, because again, if I've got 5 teachers, all 5 of them are gonna play into my data somehow, but if only 2 of them on that grade level are being coached, I wanna go deeper into my data and look at the performance of those 2 teachers. Because, if someone scores really, really low and someone scores really, really high, it's gonna pull your data in one direction or another. So you can't just look at the overall score, you gotta dig deeper.
So I think I had a little bit of this question when we were meeting in CNI. We have got another support piece that I think Brogdon Middle School, maybe Brogdon Primary, the 2 principals came last year and they presented to us, and it was for additional support, some sort of coaching that we had there. Has that already started, do you know?
The coaching for cultural awareness, if I'm not mistaken, or something, it was Dr. Chance Lewis? Yes.
Yes.
With, yes, in developing culture, that has started.
Okay.
Yes, yes, sir, it has.
So with the teachers, and you've got your support coaches, now, are they doing this during class, or is it kind of between classes where they're going to be talking to the teachers about how they could improve
They will
their
go,
methods?
yeah, they'll go in during the day to collect
Right.
data and to observe. Sometimes they even do some co-support where the coaches will do like mini rounds and they'll go in and actually teach with the teacher to model some things, et cetera. All of the feedback, the sitting down, the digging
Comes
into it,
afterwards.
that comes after.
Okay, good,
Yes,
good. Okay.
And they usually use planning periods,
yes.
if not after school. But
All right.
I have a question relative to the E12 Elevate classes. I think that has started at Brogdon Middle School.
It has started at Brogdon Middle and several other schools. Lisa ran point on our K-12 Elevate, but all of the schools, Eastern Wayne Middle, Brogdon Middle, Eastern Wayne High School, and Grantham, and Southern Wayne, they are all underway.
Okay. I would say that I had an opportunity, I was called in by Dr. Young, Mr. Young over at Brogdon Middle School to observe, along with Dr. Manning, the Elevate classes. And I really, to be honest with you, I was not impressed with that program. Reason being, there was very little interaction that appeared to be going on between that the teacher, which is what, asynchronous, I guess you call that. There was very little interaction between that teacher and those students. And then the facilitator that they had in there was no interaction at all. So I would just caution you to be very concerned about that Elevate.
Okay.
Can I speak to that just one?
Absolutely.
And as with all classrooms, whenever you're observing, you're gonna have differences in teachers. So we are looking at what's going on at each school, and we're in contact with Andrew Cotter, who's responsible for taking our concerns back to the teachers, because some of the concerns you've issued today will be some of the same concerns that we've issued in terms of our understanding. So we're working with Mr. Cotter and with the teachers to make it better. Another problem we have at Brogdon, which is not the same problem we have at some of the other schools, is the number of Elevate classrooms that have and connectivity. So that's causing us to have a little bit of an issue with interaction and actually having the synchronous sessions go as anticipated or function as anticipated. So we have had some obstacles there that we don't seem to be having at other places. And I have observed in the other schools as well as Brogdon, and the last class I observed, the interaction was there. But I think it's also going to be again about, make sure we set those expectations and make sure we communicate with all of the parties that are involved. For instance, the coach, as well as the teacher, as well as Mr. Cotter, as well as the administration.
Absolutely.
Just a whole nother layer of communication.
Of communication and support, because we knew going forward it was new for all of us, so that we were going to have those kinks to work out, but we felt that it was the best way to move in order to get a certified teacher in front of those students who did not have a certified teacher. So we still feel like it was the best course of action, even if we have to work through the kinks to get it to where we want to be. We can at least say we now have certified teachers who are providing instruction for those kids.
Right, and I would say that another problem that we're having is with Brogdon Middle School. It's one of those schools that's hard to recruit teachers.
Yes, sir.
And I noticed during my observation that some of the teachers had 50 to 60 kids in one classroom. But it was not an Elevate classroom, but it was another classroom. And that concerns me as well.
Yeah, absolutely, because whenever they have a substitute or someone who's out and you cannot get folks that are in there.
Talk to Dr. Mr. Young.
But those are not the numbers that we were given.
No, those are homeroom numbers, and your homeroom numbers can be very different than what is in a classroom.
But so, I'm telling you what's registered in Power School and the story you're telling are two different things, and so I would like to get with you afterwards to find out where I should go look.
Okay. All right.
Strategy 5 is progress monitoring. This is simply monitoring students regularly using that formative assessment, formative classroom data, any type of summative assessments. You see those summative assessments that are listed there. The Curriculum and Instruction Department provides targeted coaching and direction to principals in response to their data trends. Again, we're all doing deep dives with our breakout groups on tomorrow and our breakout sessions, just to look at those, look at not just outcome data, which we sometimes get fixated on just student outcome data without looking at all of the processes that actually drive that data. So a student is going to perform in one point in time, but there are so many other things that go into that. Perception data, climate data, teacher attendance data, all types of things. So when we dive deep, we're going to not just be looking at outcome data, but also what are the processes, what is the context around that, and how does that support your school improvement plan, and how is it driving revisions to that plan? Strategy 6 is our partnerships with outside agencies. I'll give you an opportunity to look through there. Some of you have already spoken to some of the ones that are on the list. But if you have any questions.
Now, each one of these partnerships, are they targeted to work with administration or teachers?
NCDPI, Ms. George, and Annette with Restart, Tiffany, they both work with leadership. Global Scholars works directly with students. Dr. Chance Lewis works with both leadership and staff at those two schools. Dr. Manning works with both leadership and staff. Venture Rehab is working directly with students. Friday Institute is working with assistant principals, and district leadership. Mrs. May at Goldsboro High is supporting staff. WIOA Grant at Wayne Early Middle High Academy is working with students and staff. There is some leadership components there so that she understands what's going on with that grant. And Ed Direction with BMS is, again, coaching, so they're working with teachers. And then some with leadership so that they understand what's going on, the work that's going on. Okay. Strategy 7's our learning walks. We talked about that already with Mr. Joyner's question about the learning walks, who is actually completing those, where does the data go, et cetera. Any other questions related to learning walks?
Well, I was just noticing your slide says that C&I staff will perform these administrative walks, but you said it's passed on to the principals.
We do also go through and do those walkthroughs, but the principals are responsible for doing those learning walks. They are. And then coaching in response to data, we're coaching them in response to their data, but also looking at ours when we work with them.
We have done those in the past. When I was at Goldsboro High School, the high schools were required to do walkthroughs. And you use your district representatives, the person from the walkthrough company, as well as the principal and assistant principals. And teachers that were in leadership role might get the experience of doing walkthroughs, but they are not, that information is used to help principals, but not to evaluate.
It is, none of it is evaluative.
Yes.
None of it is evaluative. It is all formative for the purpose of us understanding where we need to go. What's happening, where are the gaps, how can we support you, how do you see you need to support your school, how can coaches support teachers so that we're all lining up. None of them are evaluative. Okay? Looking forward, an optional teacher-led intensive summer semester opportunity for high school students to retake full courses and do advanced enrichment work will be during the summer. Comprehensive redesign of the county's alternative programs, and that's just going back and looking. You see that coming through as we're talking about workforce development grants and those type of opportunities that we're looking for. Career and theme-based academies is what we are looking forward to for summer opportunities, where we're not just focusing on academic enrichment, but we're also looking at vocational enrichment around the arts, health careers, STEM, and manufacturing. We really want to get to that point during summer learning. Work with curriculum and instruction and school leaders to develop additional innovative, results-rich strategies and interventions that can be implemented as soon as possible. And that is all I have.
Any other
additional
questions?
Good job.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wynn.
Good job, Ms. Wynn. The only thing I'd say, a lot of times when I've heard presentations by C&I, one of the key words that keep coming out is fidelity, teaching with fidelity.
Absolutely.
But I didn't see fidelity mentioned not one time in this. Are we not going to be focusing on fidelity?
We are, and what we have started, Mr. Henderson, moving into from fidelity is intentionality. Because what we have learned is They will do it with Fidelity because we've said to do it, and we can go in and we can see that it's actually being done, but the intentionality behind it, are you actually internalizing all of the materials? Are they coming together, which is what you saw through the walkthroughs? We are really looking at not just Fidelity, not that you're just getting it done, how intentional are you being about the planning and the execution, about the data dives, about following up, about revising your school improvement plan when your data tells you you ought to be doing something else? So I think that's probably why, because we're really trying to move from fidelity to intentionality. Okay?
Let's not lose focus on fidelity.
But excellent answer.
I would like to add one more thing to it, though. I would like to first thank Dr. Artis for putting together this spreadsheet that she did for us last week, or at the last board meeting.
Yes.
But I will tell you, I looked through this, and as a former elementary principal, I looked at some of the time frame for this, and I'm a little wonder if this really can happen. And I say that in the fact that where the district has said that they have a 2-hour dedicated reading block, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I took a look at this
120 minutes.
spreadsheet
In K2.
in K2.
In K2.
I took a look at this spreadsheet, and of everything that was on this spreadsheet for curriculum instruction, 3 things were required from the state. Some, not all of them are for everything. For like Eli is only for kindergarten, I believe, correct?
It is.
But the district has placed 8 additional programs on top of that, 6 of which are paid for by ESSER funds. So that concerns me that we've put this many programs in place, and we're trying to fit all this into a time frame, trying to teach the staff development for the staff that they can get quality time for this, for programs that are going to run out of money in 2 years. So just that kind of concerns me, because I would like definitely to see and I take a look and see which one of these programs are going to be worth it and which ones aren't, because 6 of them are going to, their funding's running out in 2 years.
Yeah, and
Okay.
that'll be in, I think, the purchase orders that are coming from finance that Dr. Artis talked to you about going in and actually looking at and investigating which programs are actually working, which ones are not, and us investigating, yes, what are we going to invest in going forward, because the money is going away. Now, we do understand that some of those things do layer, because again, when we adopted HMH, after the feedback from the teachers with HMH was, it's not really doing what we need it to do for phonics, phonemic awareness, and some of those basic DIBELS, that dynamic indicators of basic early literacy skills. It's not doing what we need it to do there. So then we had to go back, okay, well, we'll layer 95% phonics. So within that 120-minute block, there's no way that they're going to do all of them. Our intention was to give them all of the tools that they needed to meet every mandate that the state put forth, which goes back to intentionality, because they have to dissect all of those things and really internalize those and say, all right, here's the objective. This is what I want my students to learn today. I need to pull this from here, and this from here, mesh that together to meet my student needs because my student data says this. If they are simply walking in and trying to do all 6 just to check a box and meet, no, it's not possible.
Absolutely.
It's absolutely not possible. But if they are intentional, if they internalize, and if they're driven by their student data, it is very much possible. I've seen it happen.
But if it said it's mandated by the district, then they're going to try to do all 6 of them.
And again, layering.
Right.
Yes.
So just want to concern, because I will tell you, I was a teacher at the middle school level, a teacher at the high school level, and an administrator at the elementary level. And elementary teachers have the least amount of time during the day to plan and take care of needs of any of the group. And I can speak that because I lived it, okay? So I just don't want us to be pushing our elementary teachers away because of so many mandated programs on top of each other mandated program. Because we all hear it that they're concerned about that. But I just wanted to bring that to attention that we do need to prioritize these other 8.
Absolutely.
One of the big things I see is as was touched on, is the continuity of some of these programs based on when funds are going to run out. We have to be very, very, I guess you could say, brutally honest with ourselves as to what was really working and what was may be working and what wasn't working.
Absolutely.
And we have to make some tough decisions here in a couple of years, because there's no way all these are probably going to go forward.
Right.
Okay, so we have to figure out what's the best way to get our teachers in the position where they are the most efficient and the most effective in teaching our kids. So we just have to look at all these programs and then make the tough decisions when the time comes.
Absolutely. Agreed. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah. I think we're going to go ahead and give it another shot here at our spotlights. Since I think everybody's here now, Mr. Henderson, if you'd like to start us off again.
All right.
There's plenty of seats in the front row, folks.
As I mentioned earlier, I'm very pleased and honored to be able to present this with the NCAT 2023 Empower Beginning Teacher of the Year finalists. Would Mount Olive Middle 7th grade English Language Arts teacher Beth Rose and her principal please come forward? And if you have any family, Beth, they're welcome to come up with you.
Come on around front here and face Mr. Henderson there.
Okay. Ms. Rose is one of 27 finalists in North Carolina Center for the Advancement of Teachers, or NCAT 2023 Empower Beginning Teacher of the Year program. This past fall, the board honored Ms. Rose after she was selected to represent Wayne County Public Schools in the NCAT Empower Beginning Teacher of the Year program. NCAT finalists were named in January for their dedication, innovation, and ability to inspire students to achieve. NCAT supports teachers with high-quality professional development. As a finalist in this awards program, Ms. Rose will travel to NCAT in Cullowhee March 6th through the 10th for a week of professional development. On March 9th, a special event will be held to honor the finalists and to name the 2023 NCAT Empower Beginning Teacher of the Year. It is worth noting that the NCAT Empower Beginning Teacher of the Year will receive a $5,000 cash prize, have the opportunity to participate in a Go Global North Carolina trip in 2024, and receive instructional supply funds for their school. The runner-up will receive a $2,000 prize. Ms. Rose, on behalf of the board, we congratulate you for this achievement. It is clear that even as a beginning teacher, you exemplify the best in teaching. We wish you the very best as you advance to the final stage of this recognition program. Congratulations. And I would like to present you with this certificate, a certificate of recognition. The Wayne County Public Schools and the Wayne County Board of Education recognizes Beth Rose for being named a finalist in the North Carolina Center for the Advancement of Teaching 2023 Empower Beginning Teacher of the Year Award program, given this day, February 6, 2023, by the Chair, Wade Latham, Chairman of the Board of Education, and Dr. David Lewis, Superintendent. Congratulations.
He's on the board.
Yeah, we got an inside.
Fantastic. Well done. Thank you. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
You'll take the 2,000 in best case.
All right. Mr. Joyner. Yes, sir. If you would be so kind.
Mr. Schwartz, I can't believe you didn't call me here.
He did.
I'll be happy to if you'd like.
He's on the board. You should
I know.
say something.
Go ahead, Mr.
Yes,
Schwartz, real
sir.
quick.
Thank
Hang
you.
on, Mr. Joyner.
The NCAP Beginning Teacher of the Year program is a phenomenal program. I'm the president of the Development Foundation for NCAT, and that's a program that we put on. It's an amazing group of teachers. I've been at every one that we've had so far, but the 27 finalists are absolutely inspirational for the future of teaching. To get to this point is absolutely an amazing accomplishment, but the 27 finalists have a week, you have a week ahead of you up at NCAT that will stay with you for the rest of your career. And what tends to happen is the 27 finalists form a cohort, and they work together and continue to inspire each other for years down the road. So it's an incredible program. If any of you want to go up to Cullowhee, there's an amazing awards program. It makes the Academy Awards look, low rent, and a great banquet when the award is finally announced. So I'll be up there and look forward to seeing Ms. Rose up there, and hope for the best. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Take 3. Would the following teachers and school administrators please come forward? From Charles B. Aycock High, Kimberly Hughes, Kirsten Thomas, Deborah Williams, and Thomas Zaletlo. From Eastern Wayne Elementary, Amy Edwards and Laura Dean. From Mount Olive Middle, Jessica Knowles Brock and Tony Tadlock. From Rosewood Elementary, Melissa Wise. And from Tommy's Road Elementary, Carrie Jernigan. And we would ask the principals and any member of their Human Resource Department and their families to please come join them.
Gather around.
Okay, I'm gonna read it and then you make sure it gets to the right person, please. All right.
There we go.
Make sure we got everybody. There you go. The Board of Education is pleased to announce that 2 of these teachers have earned National Board certification for the very first time. Amy Edwards and Laura Dean. Could you please step forward? Okay.
Very nice.
Okay. I'm gonna read one certificate, okay? All right. Certificate of recognition, the Wayne County Wayne County Public Schools and the Wayne County Board of Education recognizes Laura Dean for earning National Board certification for the National Board's Professional Teaching Standards, given this day, February 6, 2023, signed by Co-Chair D. Dade Leatham and Superintendent David Lewis. You also are receiving a $500 check to congratulate you for your accomplishment. Okay. Both Miss Edwards and Miss Laura Dean's certificates say the same thing. All right. Eight additional teachers have also renewed and maintained their National Board certification. Altogether, Wayne County Public Schools now has 90 National Board certified teachers, counselors, and school administrators. National Board certification is granted by the National Board for Professional Teaching Standards. It is the most accepted symbol of teaching excellence in the United States. Individuals seeking National Board certification must hold a bachelor's degree, have completed 3 full years of teaching or counseling experience, and possess a valid state teaching or counseling license for that period of time. Earning certification is a challenging and time-consuming process. Would the families attest to that? Okay. The assessment process for National Board certification requires candidates to complete 4 components. 3 components are portfolio-based. portfolio-based, which includes artifacts of students' work, videotape lessons, collaboration, and assessments. The other component is an assessment of content knowledge and pedagogy at a computer-based testing center. It is estimated the process will take the better part of a school year and involves a total of 200 to 400 hours of work outside of the classroom. More than that, would you not? Okay. Locally, educators seeking certification receive support through the district's Human Resource Department, which provides monthly support meetings and other resources as needed. Maintaining national board certification is also a challenging process which requires candidates to demonstrate that they are accomplished and continuing to grow in their profession. Candidates must create and submit a portfolio of professional growth, a PPG, demonstrating how their practices continue to align with the 5 core components in their certification area. The PPG is a single submission composed of 3 interrelated components and reflections. These components draw upon a single group of professional growth experiences that have occurred during the candidate's certification. On behalf of the board, we congratulate all of you for your success in earning or maintaining national board certification. You have worked hard to better yourselves professionally and demonstrate that you are an accomplished educator. We would like to express our appreciation to each of you for your efforts by presenting you a certificate of recognition. Ms. Carrie Jernigan. Ms. Kimberly Hughes. Ms. Jessica Knowles Brock. Ms. Tony Tadlock. Ms. Deborah Williams. Ms. Melissa Wise. Ms. Melissa Wise, sorry. We thank you all so much. I, too, went through the national board process in 2000 and renewed in 2010. I know the pain that you suffer. Thank you for your efforts. Please, let's go.
Talk so soon? Congratulations. Congratulations. A lot of hard work. Congratulations.
Sir, for what you do.
Congratulations for all your hard work. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you. Congratulations.
They shouldn't have told about the check, and then it would have been a secret to the husband. Congratulations.
But you had to finish.
Gotta stay in it to the end, right? That's right. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Congratulations for all your hard work. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, ma'am.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
All right.
How you doing, lady? No, she won't. Oh.
And I'd just like to say it's always a pleasure to recognize people for their dedication and hard work. So, with that said, moving on, I believe Ms. White is up, and she's going to talk about our Unified Champion Schools professional development.
Yes, sir. I brought this to the Curriculum and Instruction Committee this past month, and they asked me to share with the rest of the board. We're looking at Unified Champion Schools, and so we're going to provide some professional development for our health and PE teachers, as well as selected exceptional children's teachers, so that they can learn more about it, and we can see if it's, well, so I can learn more about it too, and so we can see if it's a good fit for some of our schools. There is a presentation in here that shows what Unified Champion Schools are. Essentially, it's a piece of, it's connected with Special Olympics, which most people are familiar with. And it's a strategy that engages our schools in social inclusion, acceptance, respect, and human dignity for all students with and without intellectual disabilities. So we're looking at incorporating and having inclusion for our students in those different areas. So inclusion is when we bring students together who may be in different classes. Often this involves bringing students from an exceptional children's classroom to be together with their peers and be included in those groups. Health and PE provides a great vehicle for doing that. So there's some information in here about inclusion and what it is. And then there are 3 pieces to this program. They talk about whole school engagement, so promoting inclusion throughout the whole school. They talk about unified sports, which is inclusion through your sports program or in your physical education classroom. And they talk about inclusive youth leadership. So what's going to happen is there's a young lady, her name is Isabella Williams, who will come from Special Olympics, and she will present to our health and PE teachers on March 29th, that early dismissal day. She will present to our middle school and high school health and PE teachers, as well as EC teachers who are selected to work with it as well. And then on April 26th, she will come and present to elementary school health and PE teachers and some of our EC teachers. We do currently have some Unified Champion schools. Charles B. Aycock, Spring Creek High School, Norwayne Middle, Rosewood Middle, and Meadow Lane Elementary already have this program. It was started mainly by the EC teachers. So what we're looking at is really integrating that with our health and PE classrooms as well. Any questions?
Any questions, comments? I think that's a wonderful idea for these special children and get them involved with their peers.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Ms. White,
Yes, sir.
I know that there was supposed to be some training of this taking place at the early dismissal day.
Yes, sir.
From the curriculum instruction. How did the the PE teachers receive it?
We haven't done that yet.
Oh, you have not done that one yet.
This one, is that what you're talking about?
Is the one that you presented at the curriculum instruction?
Yeah. Oh, you're talking about the Focus Fitness and the Spark PE.
Okay, I apologize.
That's okay.
I thought this was the one we shared that day.
No, this is not exactly the same one. Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right. I think I'm next.
It's still Mrs. White's turn.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So the next thing that up here is the band uniform and instrument inventory report. I did present this to the Curriculum Instruction Committee as well and wanted to share the results of the report before we move forward with next steps. You can see there's a summary page up here that shows the results, and it lists the most needed at the top. There were 45 possible points in each category. For high school band uniform needs, you can see that Charles B. Aycock scored 39 out of 45 points. We had 3 scorers, and each scorer could do 15 points, so it's out of 45. So the recommendation would be that the next uniforms to be purchased would be Charles B. Aycock's from that committee. And I just put in a little box over there on the right, the recent uniform costs. We're in the process of ordering Goldsboro High School uniforms. You might remember that process that we've just been through. They're not here yet. They're on track to, they're in production is what I was told. And he's supposed to call me back in the next week or two with a tentative delivery date. So, but those are our estimated costs of what we had.
Could you tell me why only 4 high schools were listed? You didn't do inventories for the other 3?
They are already in the process of purchasing things this year. So also at the time that this was completed, Southern Wayne did not have a director at the time. They did not, and they're purchasing instruments this year. So the 2 schools that are not on here are in the middle of a purchasing process right now.
if you're gonna go to the trouble of going through a process of awarding points to try to find out where the greatest need is, why would you skip over Charles B. Aycock since they were the highest needed high school band for instruments? Why
Are you
would
talking about instruments? The recommendation is based on the fact that Charles B. Aycock was also recommended for uniforms.
That just happens to be where the chips fail. I mean, you did your grading system for a reason, yet you skip over the most needed person for a uniform, for instruments.
I can go back to the committee and see what recommendations are. I can go back, I can go to finance committee. How would you,
I'm just saying, if this is really, this wasn't necessary if you're not gonna use your data.
The Curriculum and Instruction Committee should probably weigh in on this, because it was their recommendation that multiple schools benefit in a single year rather than the bulk of purchasing being focused on 1 year. So if anybody who was in that committee should probably step up, because Ms. White is following the direction of the committee right now.
I'm just asking a question because it just so happens the chips fell where they fell. Charles B. Aycock was the most needy for uniforms and the most needy for instruments. If you're gonna do the process and you're gonna use point systems, why do it if you're not gonna use your data?
I will say that in the curriculum committee meeting, as we discussed it, one of the things that we wanted to make sure of was that, and I agree with you, the data is what the data is, but we wanted to make sure that all of the schools were able to have something, because we didn't want students to be getting discouraged, because maybe they didn't make it all the way up to the very top of the list. So trying to share the available resources, we felt like it was fair to look at Rosewood and Spring Creek High School, who were also very close in needs to Charles B. Aycock with their band instruments. And that what we would do is that Charles B. Aycock would likely end up being at the top of the list again the next year for band instruments, and that they would get band instruments the next year. So that was what the committee members discussed in the curriculum committee, as I remember it.
Well, that may be, maybe they are next year, but maybe they're not, but they are this year. So I trust that no students are watching this board meeting, because they'll probably ask the same question. We rank #1 in both categories. Why are we not getting instruments? We're the most needy high school according to your system and your point system, yet we're not getting instruments. That's the point I'm making. I don't understand.
I understand your point.
I mean, let's if we're gonna arbitrarily just choose, let's just arbitrarily choose.
I was also
Well, I don't
part of that.
think we, arbitrarily chose. I do understand your point, and the committee approved it. Now, if it needs to go back to the committee for us to reassess it and give Mrs. White direction, then we can do that. But I don't think she can answer the question that we're asking right now, because it was approved by the C&I committee. Yeah, we did approve it. Yeah.
I don't agree with it, but, if you're gonna do that, just find a different way to do it, because this is misleading to people. It is to me. Because you took the time to do it for a reason, yet we're not following our own data, our own information. Why collect?
I understand your point.
you had something?
Well, I'm going to piggyback on that. The committee, it's about like if we have to allocate funds to a bunch of different places. We could spend all the funds in one location, or we could try to have, what we're going to have now, 3 bands that are going to feel something positive come to them from that. Instead of just having 1 band get everything, we're going to have 3 bands to feel a positive influence this year.
I hear exactly what you're saying.
Okay.
I'm just looking at what's in front of me.
Yes, sir, I understand, but I'm trying to explain to you, once again, the policy, the 3 members of that committee when we made our decision.
And maybe we should look at devise another way to collect the data or rate them, because this may happen again next year. It may be Rosewood High and Rosewood High in both categories. That
Well,
could happen at any given time.
Okay, but it also could be a decision where we share it across the district this year, and then put Charles B. Aycock at the top for next year.
Well, if you look into the same box, we had to make a similar decision with Dillard. Because Dillard was selected,
gotten it this
should have been purchased their instruments, but they did not have a band director at the time. So we did not feel comfortable allowing someone to select those band's instruments when there was not a person in place. So,
I understand that. Aycock has a band director.
You do. You do.
And Mr. Chair, I would like to say, I agree with the committee that when we're looking at it, we need to spread the resources across the county. There should never be an instance when one school is getting the uniforms and the instruments, especially when there's so much need out there.
I don't disagree with them at all, none of the board, but if we're gonna do that, let's devise a better way of getting the data. Because if we're gonna spend our time doing this and then not use the results of the data, then this is useless.
I feel that we're using the results of the data.
Well-
We're just looking at how we're implementing
Well,
it. So perhaps I need to look at that implementation piece.
If I'm not mistaken, weren't we briefed, maybe last year or the year before, that there was going to be a yearly rotation?
That's what it used to be.
On
That's
who got-
what it used to be.
Right.
And then,
So we decided to move to this new scoring system here to decide.
Which does take the age and the last time that things were purchased into account. That's part of the scoring system.
And
well,
who-
we'll take, oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna ask a question, who got the, instruments last year? Who was approved for the instruments?
Dillard,
Dillard.
because we're in our first year of purchasing in this year.
How about for the high schools?
Southern Wayne High School.
Did Dillard have a band director last year?
They did. They do not currently have one. Now, as we're purchasing instruments, they don't currently have a band class. And the committee actually recommended that we use this year's funds to purchase the highest on this list, which would be Mount Olive Middle, and then next year's funds for Eastern Wayne Middle. That was
Hey,
a
look, I'm gonna
recommendation.
certainly advocate for the schools in my district, as I do every school in the county and always have.
Absolutely.
But, I mean, I'm just saying, maybe we need to devise a better way,
Okay.
because that didn't work this year, so.
Anything else?
We'll take it back to the C&I committee.
All right,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Ms. White.
Okay. Step into board action. And we have, we're going to start it off with a proclamation for School Counselors Weeks.
Mr. Chair, I just share that this evening we do have the Wayne County School Counselors Association join us, as well as our district lead school counselor and some other school counselors, and Jamie Livengood, who is with us from our Student and Family Support Coordinator.
I'd like them to step up to the podium if they would while I read this. They can face me if that's all right. Good evening, ladies. Wayne County Board of Education Proclamation School Counselors Week. Whereas Wayne County Public Schools strives to offer comprehensive developmental school counseling programs through 45 school counselor positions across 33 schools, and whereas school counselors work to help students reach their full potential, and whereas school counselors make themselves accessible to all students and are actively committed to helping them explore their abilities, strengths, interests, and talents as these traits relate to career awareness and development. And whereas school counselors help parents focus on ways to further the educational, personal, and social growth of their children. And whereas school counselors work with teachers to help students explore their potential and set realistic personal, academic, and professional goals for themselves. And whereas school counselors serve on the front lines of crisis support, partnering with administrators, other key student services team members, teachers, and parents to ensure the social, emotional, and mental health needs of a student in crisis are being met. And whereas school counselors seek to identify and utilize community resources that can enhance and complement comprehensive school counseling programs and help students become productive members of society. And whereas school counselors, in partnership with school administrators and district student and family support area staff, are dedicated to ensuring that comprehensive school counseling programs remain an integral part of the educational process and which enables all students to achieve success in school and in life. Now therefore be it resolved, the Board of Education of Wayne County Public Schools does hereby proclaim February 6 to 10, 2023 as School Counselors Week and calls upon school administrators, teachers, students, and citizens of Wayne County to recognize and support this action, dated the 6th day of February in the year 2023, signed by me, Chairman of the Board, and Dr. David Lewis, Secretary to the Board.
Need a motion to approve?
All right, I need a motion to approve the proclamation.
So moved.
Second.
Lots of seconds. We have a motion and a second. All right, all in favor, raise your right hand. All right, that's unanimous. Thank you all very much for all you do. Thank you for all you do. Appreciate it. The kids appreciate you also. Thank you. We do. Thank you.
Y'all have a tough job. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Only a few hours today.
Thank you for all that. Thank you for all that you do.
You do it, then I'll do it. Okay. All right, when it's your turn, we'll get to
I think we got, what, 4 counseling
Yes.
MOUs and MOAs to approve?
All right. So Ken, you're up
Yes, sir.
front and center on these next few.
Yes, sir, and we're excited to bring for you this evening, and especially in conjunction with School Counselors Week 5, MOUs and MOAs to help place student interns from universities in the role of school counselors, so that are those preparing to become school counselors. So we're excited to have these partnerships in place, and are excited that you all are going to have the opportunity to approve them this evening.
Okay, so we have one from ECU, one from Liberty University, one from Capella University, one from UNC Charlotte, and one from Chaminade University. I
correct.
presume, Mr. Schwartz, that these have all been thoroughly vetted, and they're pretty
There are
much the standard
3.
MOA, MOU that we have.
There are 3 that still require final legal review
Okay.
in that motion.
So I would need a motion, no problem to combine these. I would need a motion to approve these pending legal approval
These-
for the 3, which are, Mr. Schwartz?
These are all ready to go.
All right. I think we're waiting to hear back from the 3 universities to make sure there's no
Oh, okay, on our
questions.
end, they're ready to go.
Okay,
yeah,
which
so-
universities are those?
The final 3 on your list.
Okay,
Can
All
I ask
right.
a question, please?
yes.
I'm assuming that these are going to be teleconference counseling sessions?
No, these school counselors are going to be interning in the buildings.
So the lady from Honolulu is going to be coming here?
She's already here.
Okay, just checking.
All right, then I need a motion to approve items 4B through 4F.
So move, Mr. Chair.
And 4, D, E, and F then are subject to a little further.
And with
legal
D,
review.
E, and F subject to approval. So
Further-
moved.
Further
Yes.
legal
And
review.
I said,
And Ms. Burton seconded it.
For their legal review.
Yeah, for their legal review is what they put in. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor? Raise your right hand. Unanimous, Mr. Schwartz.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay,
And we do have Wish Center staff and board members here this evening for the next proclamation.
All right, and if the board members and the WISH staff, if they would come forward for the proclamation? Thank you so much for being here with us this evening. This proclamation is a School-Based Healthcare Awareness Month proclamation. Whereas Wayne County Public Schools recognizes the importance of helping students stay healthy so they can be successful in both school and in life, and whereas in addition to offering health education programs in all 33 schools, the school district also works with community partners to address various health and wellness needs among school-aged children. And whereas in 1997, Wayne County Public Schools, along with several community health care entities, partnered in a collaborative effort to form Wayne Initiative for School Health to launch school-based health centers called WISH centers in order to address the longstanding issues of poor accessibility to adolescent health care in a rural, economically challenged, labor-focused county. And whereas in 2005, the Wish Center program was awarded the National Civic Star recognition by the National School Board Association for its shining example of community collaboration. And whereas for the past 25 years, the Wish Center program has grown from 2 schools to 7 schools, providing comprehensive and quality medical, nutritional, behavioral, and preventive health care services to 4,100 students annually. And whereas Wish Centers provide 6 full-time registered nurses, 6 office assistants, 2 floating nurse practitioners who work alongside registered dietitians, health educators, pediatricians, and mental health providers to address a wide range of needs. And whereas Wish Centers offer in-school physical exams, adolescent health screening, mental and behavioral health visits, and nutritional assessments, as well as provide vital support to students with acute chronic conditions. And whereas Wish Centers help reduce absenteeism and limit missed instructional time by keeping students at school while they receive Wish services. And whereas Wish Centers fill a vital need for healthcare services in Wayne County, pooling state and local resources and in-kind giving from local organizations who believe in the value and effectiveness of school-based care. And whereas February is National School-Based Healthcare Awareness Month, an effort to highlight and recognize the 2,500 school-based healthcare centers nationwide and the important role they have in helping ensure students have access to high-quality healthcare. Now, therefore, be it resolved, in recognition of the WISH program's 25 years of service and continued commitment to promoting student health, the Board of Education, Wayne County Public Schools, does hereby proclaim February 2023 as School-Based Healthcare Awareness Month and calls upon school administrators, teachers, students, and citizens of Wayne County to recognize and support this action. Dated this 6th day of February in the year 2023, signed Mr. Wade Latham, Chairman of the Board, and Dr. David Lewis, Secretary of the Board. And that comes as a motion.
Do I have a motion to
You
approve?
just made the motion.
Yeah, I just made the
That is.
Oh, you did.
I second it.
Okay. I'm sorry, I thought you said something else. All in favor, raise your right hand. All right. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Taylor.
All right.
Thank you, Mrs. Lyman.
Yes, sir.
All right.
That was a long proclamation.
I know, so was mine.
They're gonna run through the use for the next election, you know. She's gonna beat you next time because you get a mention. She think back.
All right. Moving right along. Next on the agenda is our maintenance department salaries.
I'd like
For,
to make
to start off, I would like to take the current motion that's off the table. And that would be my motion that I had made almost, I think it was believed, 2 months ago. And I would like to go ahead and rescind that motion as of right now. Do I need,
You need a motion to take it
take it off the table?
off the table, and then a separate motion to rescind it. Well, the motion wasn't passed, so you
Right.
don't need to rescind it. So you
Right.
need to take it off the table and then withdraw the motion.
Okay. So I need a motion to take it off the table.
So moved.
Do I have a
Second.
All right. All in favor? Okay, as the person who made the motion, I'd like to go ahead and rescind that motion at this time. Do I have any new motions that will discuss maintenance department salaries?
Yes. I would like to make a motion to realign salaries in our maintenance department to be in line with our salary schedule that the board passed in December by upgrading all current level 1 employees to level 2. If there is a level 2 position already established in their current department. Furthermore, to upgrade all department leaders temporarily at level 2 until a level 3 position can be established in their shop.
Second.
So I have a motion
that
and a,
covered?
I need.
go ahead.
let me
We'll
know-
have some
let me know
discussion.
when it's time for me to ask for clarification to make sure I get it.
Okay,
right.
We need to
we have a
second.
motion and a second. Mr. Sanders seconded it. Now we have
Discussion.
discussion. Thank you.
Discussion.
We need to get, can you repeat the motion? Is that what you're asking for? Thanks.
Yes, please.
I would like to make a motion to realign salaries in our maintenance department to be in line with our salary schedule that the board passed in December by upgrading all current level 1 employees to level 2.
Got it?
If there is a level 2 position already established in their current department.
Uh-huh.
Furthermore, to upgrade all department leaders temporarily at level 2 until a level 3 position can be established in the shop. So basically, we wanted to move up those that are level 1s to level 2s and level 2s to level 3s.
As of department head.
As department heads, yeah.
And this is
Mr.
only
Chair,
for
I'd like to
maintenance.
recuse myself from this vote.
Okay, I need a approval for him to recuse himself from the vote. So I need a motion.
I make a motion to allow Mr. West to recuse himself.
Second.
Okay. All in favor, raise your right hand. Okay. Discussion.
I'd like Dr. Harrell for a moment, please. In essence, we're moving all level 1s to level 2s. Future hires, I'm going back to you again. How does a level 1 become a level 2?
So for this motion, that was not stated.
Say what now?
Your motion did not detail or entail how someone moves from a level 1 to a level 2. It simply said you were going to move them to a level 2. So I would redirect that back to you as a board, Mr. Joyner, to be quite honest with you.
Well, if you remember, I've asked a question about how does a person go from a level 1 up to a level 2? And we just moved everybody. We're going to hire somebody tomorrow. How does this person become a level 2? By what qualifications does that occur?
Right now, it occurs with the board's vote, because that's the motion on, I'm not trying to be
Let
disrespectful.
me see if I'm understanding you here. So we are doing this right now for all our level 1s.
Right.
In the future.
I'm talking about in the future.
In the
is what I'm talking
future,
about.
if we have a new hire, what establishes them as a level 1 or a level 2? Is that what I'm
Well, they're going to come
understanding
in as a
from you?
level 1 as a new hire. How do they transition from a level 1 to a level 2?
That's not necessarily the truth, though, is it? Because somebody
Depends
could come
on
in,
the
you could come, depending on what kind of experience you got, what kind of certification you got, you could come in entry level as a level 2, right?
Correct.
You could get hired in as a level 3.
That's right.
Correct.
You could get hired in at any level.
If you got the years of experience in that particular.
And the possible certifications or
Yeah.
accreditations that are required. So in the future, I mean, if somebody gets hired and they have very relatively little experience and are beginning in their chosen field, they're probably going to come in as a level 1. If they've got, say, 10 years of experience and they're accredited as a let's say a real plumber that can do things on his own and has gone through training to get his accreditations, then he'd probably come in as a level 2, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm gonna go out on a limb. I think what you're coming back to is previous discussions in both committee and open session about making sure that our job descriptions are tight in terms of the qualifications that each job is posted for, and the idea that was broached with us establishing our own professional development program to help our staff members earn additional certifications and credentials that would help them move along from level 1 to 2, 2 to 3, things like that. Dr. Harrell, if I'm correct, I believe you're currently working with Mr. Bridgers on those job descriptions.
Right, we have our
As
job
we speak.
descriptions, they're pretty much in place. All we need to do now is look at the language that the state uses, because the state will use language such as experience level. You know, they'll say that a level 1 might be something of general knowledge, and then the next word on level 2 is comprehensive knowledge. So we have our job descriptions. What our process now we're beginning to go through is what actual credential, certification, what are we going to say actually distinguishes someone from a level 1 or a level 2. You know, my understanding from the motion tonight is we're moving 1s to 2s.
And maybe I'm asking this question at the inappropriate time, because I understand the motion about raising it up. My part is, tomorrow we hire a new person as a level, with no experience or whatever, they get hired. How does that, ma'am?
He would be a level 1.
Exactly. So how does he progress up to become a level 2? That's what I've been asking for every time we have a meeting is, how are we cleaning this process up to move someone up within our system?
Yes, sir. So what I would say on that question, Mr. Joyner, is then we would simply post the position as to what we desire. So if we post for a level 1, then we would post those qualifications for that job description. If we have a vacancy and we want a level 2, then we will post for that, which we would like to post for as high as we can based on those job descriptions. The only question I have with this motion as well too is for those that are moved up, is there going to be an expectation that they gain the qualifications of what that level 2 may be if they do not currently possess it?
You know, I think that's part of one of the questions that I've got with this motion also, Dr. Harrell, so I feel your sentiments exactly with that. I do also want to ask another question. Have we lost anybody else in maintenance since our last meeting?
No, sir.
Have we hired anybody?
No, sir.
Have we gotten any applications?
Yes, sir. We have a few.
Have they been reviewed? Have they just been not interviewed? What's the?
I would have to ask Mr. Bridgers on that because that falls in his purview.
Because I think 2 months ago when we were, or 6 years ago, or however long ago it's been, we've been discussing this. We've made mention several times about getting with the Director of Maintenance, Dean Bridgers. This has been 2 years, 2 months ago, I know, it was as recent as 2 months ago, to develop the job descriptions. I mean, do we not have them?
Yes, sir. We have job descriptions. The job descriptions are there. The state of North
And, you know,
Carolina
we've
has
got
job
people
descriptions.
that are out there right now that have certifications that they've not been paid for. They're still working under the same pay that they started under. Yeah, they've gone off and got different certifications, with the heating and cooling, with the ice machine certifications to work on ice. We've got people with a lot of certifications that we've not even rewarded them for. They're still working for the same salary they were working for, because those that are out there, the very few plumbers, electricians, HVAC people who we're talking about in maintenance, who weren't affected by the option 2, unfortunately, they're still working out there at the same rate, and they've got certifications they've never been rewarded for. So,
And I understand that. I'm trying to establish from when we hire from now on, that a
Understand.
man can walk in the door and or a woman, okay, walk into the door and know I can advance myself. And I don't have to wait for somebody to decide on this board that it's time for me to be moved up from a level 1 to a level 2. He has a plan of action where he can follow or she can follow steps to get there. And that's what I've been asking for. So
Well-
that's what I'm trying to talk about. And this may not be the time at this motion, but this is when I asked the question, so I apologize for that, so.
I think you're right in the fact that it is the time to discuss it, because what we're getting ready to do, as I understand it, I guess, is that we're just simply talking about pay at this point right now, I assume, because we've kicked the can down the road for a couple months now and trying to figure out how to get competitive salaries to our maintenance staff. But are we indeed taking someone who would theoretically, and I don't know the staff members, don't know them by name, don't know their capabilities, but are we in essence taking someone who will always be a level 1 and maybe doesn't have the skill to become a level 2 and taking them to a level 2 salary? And then if we do put something like saying, okay, you got the expectations that you must get the credentials that go along with level 2 within a certain amount of time, I think that that's fairly reasonable, but what if that person can't get them? And then does that person go back to a level 1? I mean, I just got so many unanswered questions, but I feel like the board for 2 months has gone after this trying to figure out what we can do to get this competitive salary, and we just keep going down the same road. And I'm just very aggravated. I feel like I'm being forced to make a decision on a vote based off of not having all of the information I need to be able to make that decision.
So the last meeting we had where this was discussed, we presented information where we compared our newly adopted salary schedules to the information that you provided, which was basically the cross-sector analysis, okay, and we compared it as best we could. And I think what we determined there was that our pay scales as adopted are in line now with what someone at a various experience level can expect to make, either in a combination public sector, private sector. I think the frustration among some board members is that that adoption of the scale did not do enough to help some of our current maintenance staff, and I understand that. We're trying to make sure that we don't lose anybody else that we haven't already lost, and we're trying to be competitive in what we advertise and trying to get people to come to work for Wayne County. So in my opinion, I think what you're having is two separate conversations. I think you're trying to determine, number one, even if it's been determined that our new scale is competitive with what other job-alike folks in this area of the state will make, is that enough to draw people into the county of Wayne? And if it's not, what should you do about it? And then the second piece of that is, back to the question, when someone is hired and they want to better themselves, is there a pathway to bettering themselves? The same as a teacher has, the same as an instructional assistant has. Is there a pathway for a maintenance worker or someone in operations or transportation or anybody else for that matter to move forward through professional development and advanced training? So I really think we're asking two separate questions. And I think, Ms. Burden, if I understand your motion, and I think I do, your motion is an attempt to get people some immediate help and to give us an immediate recruiting tool. Not only are our scales as advertised as good as the general area that we compete with, but now they're going to be better than the general area that we compete with, okay?
Well, I think if you look at those pay scales, though, there were some of them that are basic levels that were significantly lower than the averages. I mean, I remember seeing, I remember seeing quite a few of them that were in the red by thousands of dollars.
Okay, but you're talking about the difference between the average salary a person makes for doing a job versus somebody who's been doing it for a year. Of course, a one-year person is going to be less than the average across the county.
Yep. And
Well, that wasn't the way I understood it when Mr. Folk gave us the information, because I spoke specifically with you about it, and you said, you pointed out to me, no, these salaries are not in line.
I
Because
didn't.
it was the, you got them from the North Carolina, Commerce or whatever?
So North Carolina Commerce does breakdowns by 10 percentile up to the 75 percentile, 90 percentile. They got a median, and what I was looking at, and my question was, is where do we compare comparatively to the median? I think Dr. Lewis has got that. I think Dr. Harrell put that together. And, but I think the issue is that we still have some folks that, if we don't do something, we could potentially lose.
Look, we're 14 people down in maintenance right now because of the salaries that we pay people. And I saw the flyer that was put together, a great flyer. I was questioning some of the amounts of the salaries, because I don't think that's in actuality, I don't think that's what they're making out there. Maybe I'm wrong.
They were taken straight from the
Straight from the
scales
salary
that
scale.
you all approved. You might not have anybody making it because you might not have anybody at the top of the scale.
all right, I'm going to call the motion.
I have one more clarifying question.
Question.
About what the motion says, okay? I understand the motion to say that anybody who is a current employee who has been classified as a level 1, a plumber 1, a painter 1, if a level 2 exists, then they're being bumped to level 2. Are you also saying that if we have someone who is currently at a level 2, but a level 3 exists, they're also going to be bumped to level
No,
3?
only
Is
if-
that what your motion says, Ms.
That's
Burton?
what it says.
Only, no, I think it's supposed to be
No.
only if
There
they're
was only
the
department leaders.
department lead.
Yeah,
Only, I think all the,
established in their shop.
Yeah.
They'll
yeah.
leave.
What I wrote down was to upgrade all at level 2 until level 3 can be established. In some cases, level 3
As a
already
department lead,
exists.
right?
No, I would like to make a motion to realign salaries in
Uh-huh.
our maintenance department to be in line with our salary schedule that the board passed in December by upgrading all current level 1 employees to level 2, if there's a level 2 position already established in their current department. Furthermore, to upgrade all department leaders temporarily at level 2 until a level 3 position can be established.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So if it turns out that everybody in a given area of responsibility is at level 2, then whoever is the team leader, or the crew leader, or the whatever leader has to receive needs to receive some sort of benefit for taking on that leadership responsibility.
Yes, but this is just for now, for this year. I mean, not for this year, but it's for the people who are employed now. So
Because
it doesn't mean that somebody coming in with no experience after this is approved, with no experience would be a level 2.
No.
Understood,
Yeah.
understood.
Is there, I thought there might be something missing that says if, furthermore, to upgrade all department leaders if they are not already a level 3.
No, you have here, furthermore, to upgrade all department leaders temporarily at level 2 until a level 3 position can be established in their shop. So if you left out a line,
Yeah, there's a part of the sentence.
Because the bottom line is, every department out there needs a department head.
Yes, agreed.
Because we're down one assistant director in maintenance, which we never hired back since David Lassiter and Keith Flowers left there. Because David was the department head, Keith was the assistant to David. He had an assistant. Dean Bridgers is now 2 people out there. So it's vital that every department would have a department head.
Well, he's 3 because he's boilers too.
Exactly.
I think something was left out of that. I'd like to modify that with a few words.
okay, let's see. what
I'd like
you
to make a
have say.
motion to modify it, the sentence where it says furthermore to upgrade all department leaders if they are not already a level 3 to a level 3 position or to be designated as department leaders temporarily at level 2 until a level 3 position can be established in their shop.
And this is
So, that
effective
would-
when?
Think
You're
it ought to,
making are you making a motion to amend the motion?
yes.
We're
Or
trying
you're
to get
making
there.
a substitute motion?
I'm making a motion to add if they are not already a level 3.
And what?
I-
Do
The-
well, do you need me to withdraw the motion? Because I think we've clouded the issue here. Because everybody seems to act like they don't know what we're talking about, and it has been discussed over and over and over and over and over again. So if it is not stated correctly to give us what we want, then tell me. I don't know.
Well, ask the chairman, I mean,
I think I've made clear that there was something left out that I would like to add, modify the motion with. For the sentence that started with furthermore.
Okay, well, see, that's not in here. Well, yes, it is.
Furthermore, to upgrade all department leaders, comma, if they are not already a level 3, comma, to a level 3 position or to be designated as department leaders temporarily at level 2.
That's not what is in here.
Okay?
Yeah.
Does that make more sense to everybody?
Well, this says furthermore, to upgrade all department leaders temporarily at level 2 until a level 3 position can be established. Okay, is that what you're saying?
I mean, it gets the point across. I just think that the amendment makes it clearer.
I personally don't find any clarity to that. I still have a lot of questions. I would be more comfortable with us trying to get our mess together and maybe giving a critical needs bonus for retention to try to keep these folks on board and come back in next month expecting the fact that we know what it's going to take to get from a level 1 to a level 2. To know how these people could be possibly put on a professional development track. And even if we've got to help put them on that professional development track by giving the incentive to be able to do it, paying for it, my questions aren't going to be able to be answered today because I don't know that Dean Bridgers isn't here. He's not going to be able to tell you how he's going to be able to get somebody from a level 1 to level 2. I really think this is more so about pay. Do level 1s just need to stay level 1s and we just need to bump up our pay for a level 1? Do we need to figure out how to get somebody to a level 2 and give them that option if they want to do it? Maybe some of them don't want to do it. Would it be cleaner, and this is just a question to the other board members, would it be cleaner for us to give them a retention bonus for this month and then come back with a clearer, cleaner, more precise action that we can do to put these folks and making sure that we're retaining them?
So who are you going to give a retention bonus to?
I don't care if it's the entire maintenance staff. If we're that bad in maintenance, I don't care if it's the entire maintenance staff at
But
this
you
point.
can't, you know, you've got some who benefited from option 2. The majority of them out there did, but you've got some who didn't benefit at all, and some were held harmless and got $5. So, you know, the problem is, you've got a maintenance department out there that is currently doing all of the work except what we're having to outsource because we don't have anybody to work. We're 14 positions down in maintenance. We've advertised some pretty nice salaries. I don't think there's been very many. I think we had one who applied to be an electrician from a fast food restaurant. Okay, that's not getting it for us. So we're right back at square one. We're still 14 positions down in maintenance, and we're still getting the job done, and we're expecting what's left out there to do the work of them plus 14 more people. That's just not fair.
Mr. Henderson has a question.
I just wanted to ask one question. Dr. Mason, how involved have you been in this process?
I have not been involved only with just job descriptions. They are working towards what we have with the job descriptions. Dr. Harrell and Mr. Bridges are working together to review those, and then they'll come back to our office once they have established that. So they're working on that now.
Well, he says they have, so how long does it take?
Do I have permission to be frank?
Please.
Absolutely.
First, I'd like to apologize to you if I was inappropriate.
You were not, but just to understand that I'm asking the same question over and over again, so.
Yes, sir, I understand. You have beat this around
Thank you.
for a long time. It is time to settle it. Now, I have a lot of respect for all of you. I've known you for a long time. We have provided data after data for you to try to show certain things. All of you have legitimate points. You have points that we are short-staffed. The guys are working their butt off. There is no doubt about it. Dean Bridgers is the boiler man. He's the plumber man with Brand. All these, I can roll off names. They're working hard. But we have veterans who received a large increase that also are potentially looking to leave. So the great increase, which was greatly respected, and the guys were, they were excited to get it. And a lot of people are. But I don't think that increasing pay on one hand is going to retain anyone because the market is extremely competitive right now. I do think we need to be more competitive. I agree. We need to be more competitive. But you have done a yeoman's work as a board to establish something that probably no other district in the state has, and that's pay schedules and steps and scales. Please don't go away from those. Let's don't get back to what we had before you established that, right? You worked very hard for that, and staff did to establish this. Let's simply look at what these scales are, and if you want to increase what the pay is, look at doing it for everyone. I have to speak for everyone too, right? When you look at what you're proposing, there are some positions, right, that have no twos. You know, so when you talk about what people receive, some people got $40, some people got $90, some people got $100. People are listening to your words. I'm listening to your words. They're watching tonight, right? So if you want to look at doing something fair, my thought is treat all those men and women in that department the same. Treat them all the same, right? Just because they have 3 years of experience versus 20 years of experience, and a 3-year person gets a 50, even in this motion, you're going to have a plumber that gets $90 and someone else gets $200 because there's a difference in the grades. So if you want to be more competitive, just please look at the scales. Look at potentially increasing everyone and be fair to everyone across the board and see what happens. Or retention bonuses or things there. You know, I have a lot of respect for all of you as a board, but
We've gone through, Dr. Harrell, not to interrupt you, but we've gone through in the past, we've rushed out there and give people tremendous amounts of pay increases per month because we were, quote, afraid they were gonna leave, and they left, they took the money and they left, which was, we singled out 2 particular people out there and did that too, which in my opinion was wrong. That killed the morale out there. It totally killed the morale in the whole maintenance department. That was done about 5 years ago. That was the worst thing that we could have ever done. But the administration up here did it. Look, we can continue to outsource the work. Do the math. We got plumbers out there that are making I don't even think they're making $18 an hour. They might be making $16 an hour. We call a plumbing company in Goldsboro to go do, and we got work right now, work orders right now that aren't getting done. Because we're not on the top of the list for every plumbing company in Wayne County or any surrounding county. They're gonna get to us when they can get to us. And if it means 2 weeks, then that problem will exist for 2 weeks. But when they come and they roll up on our job site, we're paying them a fee, $125, $30 just to show up. And then we're paying them an exorbitant amount of money per hour. Do the math. We got people that are doing it we got plumbers that are out there working beside of people. We got plumbers making $16, $17 an hour, and they're working beside of a man and we're paying, Wayne County is paying them $75, $85, $95, $100 an hour. That's the problem. And that's what we're gonna have to continue to do until we pay people for what they're doing out there. And we're not. So,
Mr. Chair?
Let me interject something here. As you said, Dr. Harrell, we got people out there in our main department that are working their tails off. Okay, they're doing the job of a lot of times 2 or more people because we are understaffed. If we don't do something, and I mean do something now, we are going to bleed maintenance people, and it's going to be horrific to Wayne County Public Schools. You know, I've talked to a lot of y'all about this proposal, and it seemed at the time, and I sat down with Dr. Lewis about it, and I've sat down with you about it, that it would be the easiest way, because we wouldn't interfere with the amounts in the steps and levels that we've already approved. All we would be doing is moving somebody up 1 level, which basically would increase their grade, okay, not their step. I mean, even a level 2, if you go across the board with somebody with 3 years of experience, for example, who's a step 3, is gonna get about an $80 or $90 a month pay raise. Now, if you go down to, we have a couple level 1s that are maybe step 9 or 10, then they're gonna get, like you said, maybe a $200 a month pay raise based because their step is much higher. What we're not doing is messing with the graphs and the pay levels and steps that we've established that we want. What we're talking about is giving the people that we've got that are busting their tail for us a respectable pay and letting other people realize that if they want to be hired by Wayne County Public Schools and they've got some experience, they're going to come in at a fairly decent pay grade because their grade is going to be higher, their step is going to be higher. But if somebody comes in with very little experience at all, then they're going to be the low-end grade and the low-end step, and they're going to have to work their way up. You know, one of the other things we talked about was putting aside a stipend to offset training costs for people that have the self-motivation to go out there and better themselves. Okay, and it would be on a first-come, first-served basis. And that's something that hadn't been brought up yet, but I thought it was going to be brought up after we talked about this. And I thought that would be a wonderful thing to do, and it would show us, honestly, who's motivated to go out and do that. And I would think if you're going to be here and sitting at Wayne County Public Schools and working and realizing, man, if I bust my tail and get this book and study this and pass this test, then I'm gonna move up in my pay. And oh, by the way, because I passed the test, they're gonna reimburse me for it? Why wouldn't I do that?
Well, that would be true if we weren't just arbitrarily just moving them up to a level 2 and we don't put any conditions on it. Right?
I'm going to
Mr.
speak
Chair.
up for our folks a little bit on that, Mr. Fote, if you don't mind.
I mean, I just don't
Mr.
understand.
Chair.
I personally think that they will step up.
Dr.
I
Lewis.
think that they recognize how hard this board is working to try to help them. And I don't believe that anybody who gets bumped automatic from a 1 to 2 is going to take that for granted. I think they'll follow through because they do recognize that the effort is there to try to help them. So I don't think I'm as worried as I might have been about whether or not they would do it without a condition in place. I think that these are good folks. They work hard. And if the board shows some faith in them, I think that they'll deliver back to the board. I really believe that. I'm sorry, Mr. Henderson. I know you've been trying to speak, but I felt that I had to say that.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I call the question.
Okay. All right, the discussion has ended.
Well, you need to make a motion on that, but, the question is, what is the question? So there was some confusion as to what the motion was. The
Well,
motion
I
on the
don't mind reading the part that I have and where he wants to interject to get that last sentence in.
Well, I have the wording now.
Okay.
I have the wording now. The only thing that I think needs a little bit of clarification is the part that says, furthermore, to upgrade all department leaders to a level 3 position or to be designated as departmental leaders until a 3 can be established. If there's not already a level 3, what would that upgrade consist of? Do we need to define that, what that looks like? Because in the end, we're talking about compensation, so we've
Right.
got to be specific.
Well, that would be, and I've had this conversation with Dr. Harrell, and that would be up to us, honestly, to decide a level 3 department head. And it would again be based on, they would move up in grade, but they'd still be at the same step. But they would be compensated more, moving to a level 3, as the department head.
Don't you think that, the director of maintenance should have a great deal of input in who he has confidence in being a department head?
Absolutely.
Yes, so I think Dean Bridges needs to be involved in that particular part of it.
Yes, and that's
because
why
he
I
knows
said,
what he's got.
until temporarily,
Yes.
they're listed temporarily as the department leaders, until at such time a level 3 position would be established by, obviously, Mr. Bridgers in that shop.
But you cannot approve this and then attach something onto it after the fact.
Yeah.
You've got to know that now, what it is going to be. Whatever Dr. Bridges, Mr. Bridges, Dr. Bridges says, or what Dr. Harrell can give to us now. If it's going to be the type of wording, or is it going to specify additional skill work or professional development? So, but you can't do that after you approve this. It should be in the statement so that they know where they stand at this point and they know that what they have to do if they're gonna temporarily hold a position until they can advance with the level 3.
Does every department out there, Dr. Harrell, have a, department head?
Not every department. Grounds does not officially have a department head. Some of your department heads are already 3s,
Yes.
according to the pay scale that was adopted, so.
So 3s wouldn't be, they would be 3s and that's what they'd be.
The
They're
only
already
department right now that does not have a 3 for sure that I know of is your paint department. Your painters are painter 1s, and then your department head is a painter 2. So if your painter 1s became 2s, and then if you were looking to try to establish a level 3 for the painter, we would have to establish something for that department, because there's not a level 3 painter. And then most of your other departments, if they are department head, they are currently listed as an electrician 3, plumber 3. And of course, you have some departments that do not have level 1s, 2s, and 3s. You know, your trash truck drivers, your mechanic, your roofer. The state does not have a level 1, 2, or 3 for those.
What department does, for instance, our container drivers, what department do they fall in?
They're our trash truck,
just general maintenance out there?
Yes, there actually is a job title that the state has for your trash truck driver.
Because that's different than the other departments that have multiple men in it.
Yes, sir. There's two men that do that, yes, sir.
Because we only have, is there two dumpster?
Yes,
We
two.
have two trash trucks, I know that.
Yes, sir.
So,
They do, and they're responsible for keeping those up.
but that's kind of a separate, I mean, that's not, we're not really comparing apples and apples. As far as departments, when you got a department that may have 7 or 8 people in it, opposed to somebody who has a specific job and that's all they do.
Dr.
could be.
Lewis, did they start getting their salary increases?
Yes.
They have.
January paycheck.
January paycheck.
Yes, ma'am.
If we do this, does it take us a long period of time to get this in place? So that maybe if we have some meetings coming up.
Okay, so I'm gonna answer your question 2 different ways. Number one, as long as you guys take action tonight, payroll can put in place whatever you decide. Payroll can put in place whatever you decide and be ready for the February paycheck. I'm with Dr. Harrell. We beat this one up enough. Either take action or don't. Tell us what you want us to do.
Can I ask a question about just making it a little cleaner to where it really just takes out a lot of the questions I think I have, and probably I think Dr. Harrell that you might have. Would it just be simpler for us to just bump their salary grade scale for the individual position up on the chart? And then if they feel like doing anything in addition to that to become a level 2, if they're currently a level 1. So let's say that we take a level 1 HVAC tech's a 65 right now. We reclassify that 65 to a 67 because that's what a level 2 is. Because the intent of this is to get the pay.
But to keep them at a level 1, is that what you're saying?
But keep them at a level 1, we just simply bump them two salary grade scales. That puts them at a 67, makes us more competitive and hopefully even better than some of the other pay out there. And then we just do that with everybody, because to your point, you said we needed to be kind of equitable with this on some of the other guys too, because it's not just some of the people on the bottom end, it's also some of the people up on the top end. We bump them, but then in addition to that, we're still expecting what Mr. Joyner has asked for, and that's how do I become a level 2 from a level 1. So we just move everybody up 2, and then if they want to become a level 2, they can actually make it from a 61 or a 65 all the way up to a 69.
I think
Would that be cleaner? I mean,
it would be cleaner to just say, instead of starting to adjust people's grades, just adjust the step. If you want to increase every step in the maintenance department by $50 a month, $100 a month, whatever, then every step, and then you still got your progression, you've got your grades where they belong based on the Hill study. Somebody
Okay.
still can earn their way from a 1 to a 2.
Okay.
Okay, so that probably is the cleanest way to do it, is just to say, we're going to take the pay schedules that we adopted in December, and we're gonna adjust those specific to the maintenance department by $100 per step. That's
Okay.
the cleanest way.
That's the
we can do
cleanest
it.
way we can do it. And it gets what we're looking at doing, and takes all these other questions out of the way.
And you're
And-
talking about moving people up 2 steps.
Well, no.
I'm not talking about changing their step at all. I'm talking about if I'm on step 3, I'm on step 3. I'm just saying step 3 is now worth $100 more a month than.
Yeah, but you just arbitrarily picked that figure.
I did. You
So-
decide what you want. I threw $100 out as a conversation.
Because I think what you were looking at, we were looking at what you had actually been and sat down with finance and figured out that Wayne County Public Schools could afford. And that was what, 250, 200, 220, something?
It was like a $1.50.
$1.50 an hour
An hour,
increase
yes.
based on their hourly rate,
Right.
so. But you'd have to do the math to
Now,
figure that.
you correct me if I'm wrong, okay, because we had a lot of discussion about this one.
Yeah.
So I think when you did that, you were asking specifically about those with less than a certain amount of experience. I'm talking about keeping it clean by applying
Everybody.
it across the board, regardless of step.
I would, I'm at the point where we have to get something done. Number 2, we need the discussion, which I think we've just had, about how to make it the simplest, easiest, cleanest way, and then offer people the opportunity to increase their step. So they would stay at say a 65, and then offer that stipend where they could use it to professionally upgrade them.
And you're still talking about putting some money aside every year for
Yes.
the advancement of someone if they want to go
Absolutely.
get certifications or whatever.
Absolutely.
First come, first served. When it's
First come,
gone, it's
first
gone.
served.
So if you want to advance yourself, be one of the first in line to go get a certificate, so, or another certification. So you're looking at increasing it by the hour? Correct?
No, I don't think you do it by the hour. I think Dr., yeah, by the month,
By the
by the month. So I think you had originally talked about $1.50 an hour. So I
Yep.
did $1.50 times 40 times the 52 weeks. So that comes up to 3,120.
Right.
And then if you divide that by 12, you come up with $260. $260 a month. So if we increased everybody in maintenance to $260 on their scale, adjust the scales, $260 a month. Is that right?
And that amounts to, for the maintenance folks, about $160,000 a year. Total.
And we've
As-
got
as-
that much in,
As currently staffed. Now,
Yes.
you know, one of the goals is to be competitive and fill those
Be full
vacancies.
staffed, absolutely.
Yep.
So you have to account for that.
realistically
Yes.
though, Dr. Lewis, we probably will never, I shouldn't say never, I don't see us ever having a full staff and complement of people because you've got people that come and people that leave, and if people are gonna continue to leave. But, so you're gonna still have budgeted positions that you're not paying. So you're gonna still have funds that are budgeted for maintenance that are not being used, so.
So, Ms. Burton, would you like to rescind your motion for a
Yes,
new
I
motion?
take it off the table. I rescind my motion.
Can I make a motion?
Do we have a new motion?
The question, does that have to be voted on?
You're asking to withdraw your motion.
Yes.
Not rescind it, so.
Yes, but I'm gonna tell you all, based on what you said here tonight, I'm not ready to vote for it. Because you've done a totally different, you've gone in a totally different direction. And I'm not saying that you are not right, but I would like to see it mapped out for me. You all are just calling out numbers right here. And some of it is based on facts because you talked to finance. Some of it has gone above what you talked to finance about. And so that's how I feel. But I don't have a problem taking my motion off.
Okay.
off the
And I will let you know, I actually put the pencil to the paper, because this was one of my original thoughts on how we could help maintenance.
I
To figure out-
understand that, and
to
that's
figure
why I
out
was
the
willing
cost,
to do this.
Because
But now
everybody,
we've taken a different
everybody
turn.
wanted to know the costs. Okay, so I did the math. Based on the math, it was like $163,000 or $64,000 extra a year to bump each person in maintenance $260 a month. That's the cost. Now, with our available vacancies of 14 at an average of just $30,000 salary per year, okay, if you do the math there, that's
That's
$420,000.
$420,000.
Okay? Okay, this addition would cost us $165,000 of that.
And you could still hire the positions.
And then
some
we'd
of
still have plenty of money to hire other positions.
And Mr. Chair, I think our perception in the community is gonna be terrible because they're gonna look at us and saying we're picking and choosing exactly who we wanna give money to and who we don't.
Okay,
And if
Ms.
we do add, as Dr. Lewis has just brought to my attention, if we add in benefits, it goes up to about $222,000. Okay, which is still half of what
We're budgeted.
we're budgeted for.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we bump the salaries of our maintenance staff $260 a month.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any more discussion? All right. All in favor, raise your right hand. All opposed? It's 4-2, Mr. Schwartz.
All right, and the minutes need to reflect that Mr. West was recused from that vote.
February 1st.
Unless there's an objection, we will assume that you want that as of February 1st
Correct.
Yes.
to be reflected in their pay for February.
Okay. All right. Mr. Yancey, how are you tonight?
All right, the first thing I'm going to talk to you tonight about are our non-traditional calendars. What should be going around right now are the development notes for the non-traditional calendars. These were not ready prior to posting the calendars to the agenda, so you have a paper copy right now. I have forwarded the digital copy over to Mr. Dirksen, and he'll get that uploaded in the board docs. So essentially, we have two calendars that need approval tonight. That is the Carver Heights calendar and the non-traditional calendar. The non-traditional calendar typically involves Wimchis, WSE, and Goldsboro High School. The first calendar we're going to take a look at is the Carver Heights calendar. And you can take a look at the calendar, but pretty much everything you really need to know is encapsulated in the notes form or in the notes document. So basically, you have 215 paid days for your 10-month employees at Carver Heights. It boils down to 176 student days. It is important to note that Carver Heights is a restart school, so they do have calendar flexibility. They have 11 holidays for 10-month employees, 12 holidays for 12-month employees, 10 annual leave days built in, 13 designated teacher work days, and 5 optional teacher work days. Their open house is scheduled for August 21st and 22nd, so it does span 2 days. And as you can see in the bottom, you know, we have a typical breakdown of what the grading periods look like, which is very similar to a regular traditional calendar at 41, 37, 48, and 70, or I mean 48 and 50. So with that said, you have a similar calendar to the traditional calendar. The main difference is they start a little bit earlier than the traditional calendar. They also utilize a number of work days, designated work days, particularly for data dives that they do with their staff. And throughout their calendar, they do also utilize some closed days. It is important to note that these closed days are unpaid days. These are not days that count towards actual employment for your staff. They're just literally closed days. So that's your Carver Heights calendar. And I think it is also important to note that typically with these calendars, non-traditional and Carver Heights, they are developed by the schools and or principals that are responsible for them. I basically look over and make sure they have the right amount of days in order to keep their 10-month employees employed. So that is your Carver Heights calendar. If we'll move over to the non-traditional calendar, your non-traditional calendar, I will note for you, after posting of this calendar, I noticed that there was an error in this calendar. So I went ahead and reached out to Dr. Hales, who has been my point person for the non-traditional schools, to negotiate a fix for this calendar. So just for your record, and I will get the revised copy of this calendar over to Mr. Dirksen for posting in the board docs. On that calendar, May 27th, on the calendar part of it, it says that it's just the 27th. But if you go into the center portion of the calendar, it says May 27th is a holiday. May 27th was not designated with an H as it should have in the calendar portion of it, which threw off our count. They ended up with 216 days rather than 215 days. So what we did to negotiate that, I told them that I would make that fix for them, but we needed to compensate somewhere else to get us back down to 215. So the workday that is designated for July 31st, that workday will just go away at this point. So they will have 4 workdays prior to the students coming in at the beginning of the school year. I asked him if that was fine, if he felt that was adequate. He said that's perfectly fine. They were okay with that.
You said May 31st or May 24th is a workday?
I'm sorry, July 31st. July 31st.
Okay.
Yes. That is currently a workday on the calendar that's posted to board docs. We're going to eliminate that workday on July 31st, and we are designating May 27th as a holiday. And that will total out to 215 days for their calendar. 215 paid days for 10-month employees for that calendar. Just a quick overview of their calendar. There are 180 student days, 11 holidays for 10-month employees, 12 holidays for 12-month employees, 10 annual leave days, 9 designated teacher workdays, and 5 optional teacher workdays. And our breakdown of the calendar through the 9 weeks are 45, 46, 45, and 44.
Very nice breakdown.
Are there any questions about either of these calendars? Okay. So I would just like to recommend, yes, sir.
Does this reflect your changes?
Yes, the note sheet does reflect my changes. The only thing that is out of alignment right now is the actual calendar itself.
So you need a motion to approve your
I am recommending that the calendars and the notes be accepted with the changes that I have already described to the non-traditional calendar. And that is my recommendation.
Okay, the recommendation of the board is to approve the traditional, non-traditional calendars. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
We have a
You should make clear that it's,
with the correction.
With amendments?
that the calendars for Wayne School of Engineering, Wayne, Wemchis, and Goldsboro High School, July 31st is not a designated workday, and May 27th is a holiday.
Which is what his handouts reflect. Is that
Okay.
correct? Yes.
Yep.
In accordance with the handouts, do we have a
Okay.
motion?
All right, so you want me to change that, or?
Just,
Needs to be.
Okay, I make a motion that we approve, the calendar with changes aligned with the notes for our non-traditional schools, Wayne School of Engineering, Winches, and Goldsboro High School. And that we also accept the notes and calendar for Carver Heights Elementary.
do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Second, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Unanimous?
Thank you.
Sorry,
Mr. Yancey.
Who was the second on that?
Mr. West?
Mr. West?
Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Just wondering how, I mentioned to you before, I'd like to get some information about how you're going to reestablish the funding for the school, for the libraries, the media center, since we're using ESSER funds this year. Do we have a plan in place? Are we working on that?
I've been working on it with Ms. Rouse, but currently, as it stands, there are local funds that have been put back into place for the use of the media centers. It is not at a level that it was prior to COVID, and you'll have to forgive me, because I took on media coordinators this year.
Yes, sir.
So what I'm hearing is that local funding hasn't been in place for a bit. So having stated that, I know that, or I mean, it's not that I know it is, there is funding in place this year. The intention is to maintain that funding going forward and hopefully increase that funding as time goes on. Now, if you want to get into specific numbers, no, I have not had that discussion with Ms. Rouse yet, because we are just now getting into the budget process.
And that's what I wanted to make sure. It would be part of the budget process that's brought to the board.
You'll see a line item in your local budget that talks about media centers.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. Mr. Yancey, you're still up.
I'll move on to the next item. So the next item is our WAN service proposal. And essentially, I'm going to talk to you about the WAN, and I'm going to talk to you about the proposal. But essentially what I'm asking for with this particular action item, I'm recommending that we accept the proposal that we received as a response to our RFP as the winning proposal. So let me get into what exactly we're accepting here, or what I'm recommending you accept. So first of all, let's talk a little bit about the WAN. Your WAN is your wide area network, okay? The WAN carries data, carries traffic across the entire school system in order to support your schools. Now, do not get this confused with internet access, okay? Internet access is provided to us by MCNC, okay? As a PSU, we are provided internet access, okay? Now, that internet access, though, has to be transported out to your schools. So the way that you transport said access and any other data that we need to push out to the schools is via your wide area network, your WAN, okay? So what we do every 3 years is we put a RFP out there to get proposals to basically bid out our WAN contract, okay? So in order to bid out the WAN contract, though, because providing WAN access across the entire school district can be prohibitively expensive, we engage in the E-rate program, okay? So E-rate basically allows us to push these RFPs out there, obtain bids, and once approved, we file it through E-rate so that E-rate gives us a discount, okay? Currently, we are at 90% discount, okay? So we also utilize something called service provider invoicing. So essentially, every month, the service provider files the paperwork with E-rate in order to get reimbursed for that 90%. We never touch it, okay? That's between the service provider and E-rate, okay? So we are responsible for 10% of that. We are responsible for 10% of the bill. The state of North Carolina gives us the other 10%. So the total responsibility for the school district is 0. So it's a very good program. It's a very good program.
Kind of hard to argue with that.
What's that?
It's kind of hard to argue with that.
Can we find some more programs like this?
So, with that said, we push our RFP out there on the E-rate Productivity Center, EPIC. And we pushed our RFP out there on December 12th, 2022. When we push an RFP out via 470, every single company that is E-rate, that works with E-rate across the country can see the RFP, okay? And I can tell you for certain that we did have companies way outside of the state that looked at our RFP. One company in particular, WANRAC, reached out to me with some questions about the RFP. They're located out of Kansas, okay? So we posted the RFP on December 12th. Companies had until January 11th to respond. We accepted questions about the RFP through January 4th. The bid opening was on January 12th at 9 a.m. Present for the opening was Mr. Tony Smith, our tech support director, and also Linda Lyles from our finance department. At that point in time, on January 12th at 9 a.m., we had one bid. That bid was from Spectrum, okay? It is important to note that Spectrum is our current provider. So when we evaluated the bid, essentially we were looking at the rates that they were charging every month for WAN access, okay? The rates that were shared with us, we asked for rates from 2 gigs all the way up to 10 gigs. Currently, for the sake of information, your schools are currently at 6 gigs, and your data center is currently at 10 gigs. The schools at 6 gigs currently pay about $900-ish a month. This is pre-discount. Your data center at 10 gig is currently at $1,400 a month. Okay? Keep in mind, this was our contract 3 years ago. So the prices that were shared with us, 2 gig for this new proposal, 2 gig was $540, 4 gig was $580, 6 gigs was $620, 8 gigs was $660, and 10 gig was $700. So to put it in perspective, 10 gig we're currently paying at the aggregate level with the data center, $1,400 a month. The current proposal is $700, 50% discount. Okay? I do want to emphasize, this is the expectation of the USAC and E-rate over time. These costs are supposed to go down. It may not feel like it at home that these costs go down, but at the school level, when we're dealing with WAN access at the school level, the expectation of USAC is that the costs must go down. So to see a drop in costs after 3 years on a contract is expected. I will tell you, these drop in costs surprised me because these were fairly significant. So with that said, the service order that is loaded up into board docs, I asked our Spectrum representative that sent the proposal to go ahead and put all sites at 10 gig. Because at $700, 10 gig was fairly, aggressive, you know, and we wanted that for our schools. Yes, sir.
I'm reading the service order, and it's actually saying 10 meg. I know we talked about 10 gig inside of finance, but the service order, the only 10 gig shows down at the data center. It's showing 10 meg.
No, it should be 10 gig. I'll take a look at the service order again.
Yeah, I think he's got it on the screen.
Yep.
It says 10 capital M BS or BPS on all of the school sites. I just wanted to make sure that we get the gig service and not the meg service.
No, we'll get
then
that
we're going
corrected.
down.
And that was probably an oversight on their part. I can tell you in the proposal, it says 10 gig. So that was probably an oversight on their part, but we'll get that corrected.
Do we need to wait?
Yeah,
on-
no,
Are you
they're-
gonna ask this to be voted on tonight?
I'm asking you to accept Spectrum as the winning bidder based on their proposal.
But do we need to make sure we clarify that before we accept?
I can get a copy of the proposal, but the proposal states 10 gig. The service order that's loaded up in there, that's an oversight on their part because I'm going to go ahead and tell you there is no school that can operate off of 10 meg.
Yeah.
There's no school.
Mr. Schwartz, what would you recommend?
Well, what you're being asked to do tonight is to approve them as the winning bidder. This is not approving the contract. So I was going to make clear at the end that this is not approval of a contract. The contract's going to have to come back to you separately. So this is not a contract.
Okay.
Correct.
So you can
We'll
go
get a PO
forward with
next
that and straighten it out.
All right.
Or you can approve the winning bid with the clear understanding that it's 10 gigs instead of
10 megs.
10 megs.
So are there any questions about the WAN proposal, the process, or what we received as far as the bids were concerned?
Any questions? Okay, I need a motion to approve the contract with the understanding.
No.
No,
not
No,
the-
not the contract, excuse me, the
Need a
proposal.
motion to approve
Approve
the winning bid.
Winning bid.
Spectrum as the winning bid for the RFP with the understanding that it's for 10 megs per school.
10 gig.
10 gig.
10 gig.
10 gigs per school, excuse me.
So I need that motion.
I'll make the motion. I make a motion that we approve Spectrum as the winner of the bid, with the understanding that we are asking for 10 gigabytes,
Yes.
not 10 megs at each school site.
Do I have a second? Mr. Sanders, second? Or Mr. Joyner, okay. All right. Any further discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Unanimous. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Kelly. Understand you're a substitute tonight, too.
Pinch hitter.
Pinch hitter, there we go.
So just for the last item, just to be clear, this will now have to come back to the board, the Spectrum, as a contract.
As a contract, yes.
Okay.
All right, you got the floor, sir.
All right, good evening. Public Safety and Law Enforcement, or Public Safety and Law Enforcement Program. So I'm coming to you tonight because CTE met with Wayne County Sheriff Department at Spring Creek High School, along with NCDPI consultant David Barber, the high school principal, the SRO, the school-based CDC. There's a memorandum of agreement that has updates in it for Spring Creek High School, to include Spring High School.
I think we're wrong. I think that's, we're at CTE articulation agreement.
Oh, I'm
with-
sorry.
Yeah,
Got it
that's the
backwards.
first one.
Okay. You evidently have both of them.
I do about them. So the local articulation agreement, we met earlier the fall with Wayne Community College for a full review of CTE courses for articulation. From that meeting, Wayne County Community College accepted the following courses for articulation. Those in red are already statewide, already have a statewide articulation with the community college system, so they were accepted. And this was approved by Dr. Pfeiffer. So we're asking for approval.
Any comments? Craig, you're.
No, as I'm looking at it right here, what it looks like, what it appears to be to me is that we are adding some courses
Yes.
that are public school courses. So students are taking our ag mechanics course in high school, and they will get credit for the AGR 111 basic farm maintenance course as an articulated credit. So what it looks like is that we are giving high school students more options to transfer the credits from courses they take while they're in high school to Wayne Community College.
And there's a couple health science on page 2 also.
Health science, and there's something down at the bottom
And
too.
welding. Yeah, welding, very good. All right, good CTE stuff. Any other questions? Comments? I need a motion for this?
And these are on the statewide articulation agreement?
Yes.
Yeah,
They have to earn a B or higher.
yeah.
Mr. Schwartz, I need a motion to approve this.
Yes, you do.
Okay. Need a motion to approve the,
You need to recuse?
Yeah, I need to recuse myself.
okay, I need a motion to recuse Mr. Foat from the vote. Do I have a,
I move to allow Mr. Folk to recuse himself.
I second it.
all right, all in favor? Okay,
I make a motion, we approve it.
Second.
Mr. Sanders beat you that time. All right, and any other discussion? Looks like a very good program, very robust.
Need to vote.
Yes, I know. All in favor? 6-0. Thank you. Next, we'll go back to the sheriff's office.
Okay, so, again, that we met with the Wayne County Sheriff Department, at Spring Creek High School, as we were, that articulation agreement had to be amended, that memorandum agreement had to be amended, to include Spring Creek.
Okay, so all we've done with this is essentially add to what we already had with the sheriff's department, is that correct?
Yes, they, I believe there was a course that they're teaching, law enforcement.
Okay.
So we're already teaching public safety 1 and 2, and they were, they had to change it to include a law enforcement course.
Very good. I need a motion to approve the MOA between the Sheriff's Department and Wayne County Public Schools at Spring Creek.
So moved.
Excuse me, is it Spring Creek or Southern Wayne?
Spring Creek.
Spring
I
Creek.
had it right, okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Unanimous. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Smith.
Good evening.
Uh,
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Dr. Lewis, I'm coming today to make a recommendation from CNI for the purchase of college and career planning platform for our 6 through 12 schools. A little bit about the background of that. As all of you know, that has been a topic of conversation with this board. It's also a conversation that's going on both in the state and the national level as well. I sat in on a webinar today with my future NC, and this was the topic of conversation. And multiple speakers, including the state superintendent, used the words mandatory student career plans today. So this is forward thinking, knowing that these are some things that are coming down the pipeline. But a little bit of National Student Clearinghouse information for you as we look at these proposals. Statewide, 58% of graduating seniors enroll in a post-secondary institution when they leave high school in the state of North Carolina. What that means is 42% of the students that graduate high school in the state of North Carolina do not pursue a degree or credentialing opportunity immediately after high school. In Wayne County, depending on your school, that number of students, that percentage of students that's not pursuing a post-secondary degree or credentialing opportunity is anywhere from 23 to 62%. The aggregate somewhere around 53, 54% of our students are leaving high school and not seeking any type of post-secondary improvement. When I talk about post-secondary, I'm talking about four-year colleges, two-year colleges. We're talking about credentialing opportunities, certificate programs. All of those fall into that post-secondary. With that being said, 2/3 of the jobs moving forward in the United States will require some form of credentialing or post-secondary education, and so we have a huge gap there. Our committee and the individuals that spoke today at the My NC Career, or My Future NC, excuse me, meeting, believe that a lot of that has to do with students not having a clear plan when they leave high school and not understanding and having enough experience in career paths to make a decision about how they want to proceed with post-secondary education after high school. With that being said, the CNI department got together on December 29th, and we entertained 3 proposals from nationwide vendors. As you can see, those 3 program options were Major Clarity, Naviance, and School Links. And you can see on the chart a comparison of all of those and what they were able to offer for us. I want to point out specifically with Major Clarity, the opportunity for micro-credentials, as that was a big selling point for us as well. And also the cost comparison that goes along with those 3 platforms. CNI's recommendation is for the board to purchase Major Clarity and begin that implementation this spring as a soft rollout. That rollout will start with curriculum instruction. It will be a small, limited rollout so that we can work through any bumps in the road, deal with any technical issues and things of that nature, so that we can prepare for a full rollout for all 6 through 12 students in Wayne County effective the fall of next year. Additionally, our CTE departments, our directors, our assistant director, our CDCs will also coordinate with our CTE programs to offer additional micro-credentialing and training efforts through the platform. You can see that we have a spring 2023 implementation proposal. You can see that we're focusing on just 1 grade level at the middle school and at the high school to start with, and then rolling into full implementation starting in the fall. This summer we'll get together, as you can see on the last page or the last slide. This summer we will get together with each of our schools and help those individuals develop a personalized plan for their school to meet the implementation standards that will be set by the district.
2 questions.
Sure.
What's our funding source for this?
This funding source is actually through the CNI budget and partially through CTE. The specific question was asked of Dr. Artis concerning a 3-year funding proposal, and CNI is prepared to ensure that that's funded through our current budget.
Secondly, there was a fairly large disparity in our schools between those that don't continue on post-high school. I think it would be a good idea, if we don't already have it, to see not to single anybody out, see a breakdown by school on how that breaks down, because that might give us a good idea where we need to concentrate more in, may say, some schools than other schools.
Yes, sir, and I can provide that for you. I would note that some of our schools, our non-traditional cooperative innovative schools, have as part of their program college classes and are typically trend more to the 2-year degrees and the 4-year degrees and the post-secondary education.
Understand.
So I think what you'll see when I get that for you, and I'll be glad to get that for you, is that the discrepancy lies with traditional schools being within a particular range and your cooperative innovative being in a traditional range.
We
at a
and
particular
we would
range.
expect probably some difference there, but I think it would be very, very good to see exactly where we can concentrate.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
I have a question, please.
Sure.
Are the CTE teachers going to be the one that's going to be implementing this program? Or is it going to be classroom teachers?
So one of the things that we wanted to do was make sure that we were spreading out the requirements of this program to include all parts of our school, and that it not fall on just guidance counselors, not just fall on our CTE folk, but to be to work with the individual schools and those individual principals to develop a plan where it would best fit within their school to meet the requirements for that year, so that it does not fall on one. We have had experiences in Wayne County before where we had similar programs that it fell strictly on one particular group, be it counselors or CTE, and the program was simply not effective because there wasn't the fidelity that we needed in actually making that happen. And we want to be much more intentional this time in how we go about rolling that out and building it for each school. For example, some schools may choose to allow their classroom teachers to do the 10-minute learning styles inventory that's a part of the program, because those teachers can benefit from the learning styles piece. And we might have our counselors focus on the college planning piece. And we might have another group of people in our building deal with the soft skills part of it. So we feel like each of our schools needs to have enough local control to determine how it's going to be rolled out and to spread that out among multiple hands, but at the same time have an expectation from the district as what needs to be done by grade level.
And I understand that.
Yes,
It's
sir.
just, and I'm a big proponent of CTEs, but I'm also, we're putting another program in here to take instructional time away from core subjects. And I'm looking as, have experienced as in the high school, not every ninth grader is going to be enrolled in a CTE class. So somehow or another, that's going to have to come from another subject area at some point.
Yes, sir, and we've had a little bit of that discussion. There are some classes in the high school that every student goes to. For example, ninth grade PE, Math 1. There are classes that are required of all students at the high school level. Again, that local control and being able to have that conversation at the local school level to really ensure that there's a little balance as to what's being asked of everybody in that room, we felt like was important, so that it did not fall on one person or take away from the individuals in that classroom.
And they also, especially at the high school level, they have the opportunity to have 2 electives per semester. And what I really want to ask you is there a plan for new counselors, new CDCs to be trained so that counselors are familiar with the plan and how they can adjust the plan in terms of scheduling that student into the right classes, the prerequisites before they go in, so that saves the student time and they don't lose out?
Yes, ma'am, and there is training and staff development and professional development that's a part of the actual proposal. But you make a very good point, which is what we want to do is for our guidance counselors to be able to use this program to do a better job of helping students identify career clusters that they're interested in, Get them into that cluster as early as the 9th and 10th grade. If it's a CTE pathway, get them to that completer level by their 10th grade year so that we can start offering them classes at Wayne Community College towards a certificate program or a 2-year degree so that we can find those plumbers, so that we can find those maintenance men, so that those individuals are leaving us with credentials of value that our industries want to see. And the earlier that we can make that happen, the better. So the thoughts of having a 6 through 12 platform here is allowing those students, especially in the middle school years, to start really thinking about their career choices, and in the high school years, really start thinking about post-secondary education, and allowing our guidance counselors to have one platform, which actually will save work in the long run, where every student that walks into them, they'll be able to look at that student's entire course through 6 through 12 and what their career interests are, and be able to use that to help them choose the classes in the 9th and 10th grade that fit their interests.
Well, when you use the let's say if a school chose to use teachers to give them the learning styles exam or survey, is that information going to come out across the school for those students? Like the first period teacher might give it, but then I think that information is valuable to teachers in the process of teaching their curriculum, so that every student or every teacher of that student would have information regarding their learning style.
All of this integrates seamlessly with PowerSchool.
Okay.
All of our teachers will have access to that information, because you're right, that's a valuable point. That's something that our teachers can use as part of the platform. But our teachers, our guidance counselors, our administrators, and our district leaders will have access to that information.
I'd like to thank you very much. I know I've been an advocate for this for quite some time. You and I have had many conversations on the phone, probably listened to me a long time. I think Dr. Taylor, who was here also earlier, he's been an advocate for this. But I want to say that I think you guys have done a great job. The recommendations, I know I asked a lot of questions in C&I, and they actually had to make some phone calls to answer some of them. But one of the things that I think where this is a big benefit, state of North Carolina is growing. Now, rural communities aren't necessarily growing, but right up the road, the Triangle is growing. And Johnston County has seen that growth coming from the Triangle over. And there's potential for growth in Wayne County. And you said it just a couple minutes ago, we're forward thinking. Using this and allowing our elected officials, our economic developers, our Chamber of Commerce to know that we're doing this right over here gives them a marketing tool to try to attract some of these good jobs into our community. So I thank you very much. I just need to make sure that we let the rest of the community know what it is we're doing and as we roll this out.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Well, they're spreading east, and eventually they'll run out of Johnston County and run into Wayne County. So that's hopefully that.
Our goal is to make sure that our students are graduating high school with the skills they need to be productive citizens in Wayne County. And we know that our business leaders, because we sit on those boards, our business leaders need those individuals to have those credentialing taken care of before they hire them. And this is an opportunity for us to help that. We're closing that gap with this program.
Very good. Thank you. Anything else?
So we need a motion to approve
Yes, we
Major
do.
Clarity?
Yes.
I make a motion that we approve Major Clarity.
I second it.
You need the dollar amount in this. The recommendation, I think, is $43,372.52.
It's also on the list of POs and contracts.
It is.
Isn't it 92?
97,990 is what's in the
97, yeah.
presentation.
97.
97,990. What's the 43,372?
That may be,
52.
that may be this fiscal year's portion.
I'm sorry, can you ask the question one more time, sir?
What's on the expanded agenda, there's a dollar amount in there, $43,372.
Yes, that's for the first fiscal year plus a prorate for the rest of this year.
Rest of this year.
Okay, that's what it is, okay.
That serves February 2023 to June 2024, a year and a prorated year.
So then do you need action on the same thing more than once? Or do you just need to have the board select Major Clarity as the provider on this one and then deal with the dollar amount when the POs come up.
Well, this says the contract has been sent to the attorney for review. It's been reviewed. It's
It
ready
has,
to go.
yes,
So
sir.
the contract's ready for approval.
Yeah, I think, but in the contract in there in POs?
It's in
It's
the
in
POs.
POs.
Okay.
So do we
Just,
just, yep, do it, sure, okay.
all right. So we have a motion and a second? Any other discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Unanimous. Thank you. All right, Ms. White, it's your turn again.
So I know y'all are used to seeing Mr. Bass and Ms. Bolton House talking about STEM camp, but they left me to it tonight. I jumped on board with them last year as one of the directors of STEM camp and learned a lot, and so we're moving forward with that again this year. Mr. Dirksen has our presentation pulled up. We brought this to the Curriculum Instruction Committee. We do have a MOU that needs approval that goes with this, but for some of you all, STEM camp's new. And we did want to show you some highlights from this past year as well. So one thing that we especially wanted to highlight on that second slide is that Wayne County Public Schools is only one of only 10 sites that was chosen to be part of this grant program. We're in the third and final year of the grant. So we're pretty proud to be one of 10 in the nation working on this. We have a video that has some highlights from this past year, and Curriculum and Instruction Committee, you'll be happy to know that Mr. Bass and I worked hard to add some voiceover to this to explain what's going on.
STEM Camp 2022 was out of this world. With a theme of New Frontiers in Space, how could it not have been? Being one of only 10 STEM camp sites in the United States, teachers and lab assistants were eager to get started. Staff received training to immerse themselves in the activities students would complete during the week of camp. Wayne County Public School teachers were the STEM camp teachers, while lab assistants were college students who were in STEM-related fields of study. The teachers and lab assistants worked diligently prior to camp in preparing Meadow Lane Elementary for an exciting week of STEM camps.
125 Wayne County Public School students from grades 3 through 8 attended. The photos show students who were excited and engaged to be at STEM camp. Students spent time collaborating with peers to create projects, solve problems, and investigate hypotheses during the 3 days of classroom activities. The curriculum developed the theme of New Frontiers in Space. Exactly 50% of students who attended STEM camp were active duty dependents, while over 70% were military connected. Girls represented 39% of students, with 39% of campers being from historically underrepresented minority groups.
On Thursday, students took a field trip to the Moorhead Planetarium, which further enhanced their learning about New Frontiers in Space. The planetarium was a wonderful field trip for students, as this was a first-time experience for many. It was also a great culminating activity for students to be able to better understand the concepts and activities of STEM camp.
Families joined students on Friday to showcase what students learned during STEM Camp Week. Community members also attended to have breakfast with the campers and their families before experiencing Family Day. The day was filled with activities for families to complete together and an exhibit hall highlighting many STEM-related career opportunities.
STEM camp would not have been possible without the incredible teachers, lab assistants, and administrative support who worked diligently to ensure all campers had a positive experience. We also need to thank Goshen Education Consulting, iBio, and the Department of Defense for their partnership.
So the next part of the presentation just shows a document that was created for us by Goshen Consulting that talks about the different demographics that attended. It does have a focus on military dependent families. So 50% of our students did come from military dependent families, and 73% of the camp was military connected in some way. And then it shows a little bit of growth in students, being interested in STEM careers at the beginning and the end. So we were pretty pleased with that as well. So just some basics about STEM camp. We are in the third year. The first year, the theme was environmental impact. The second year, the theme was New Frontiers in Space. And we're pretty excited. This year, the theme is Disaster Masters, and how Our students could help be heroes in the case of a disaster. I know there's one that's about an oil spill. We talked a little bit about hurricanes and different things that also happen in eastern North Carolina. Next year, 2024, Wayne County Public Schools will take over control of the STEM camp, and we'll be looking at maintaining those programs and expenses on our own. This year's camp will be from June 12th through 16th at Meadow Lane Elementary. It will be 1 week for 125 campers. Registration for active duty military opens on March 6th and the general public on April 3rd. And students are accepted on a first-come, first-served basis, but priority is given to active duty and military-connected families, which is part of the grant that we received. There is a $40 hold for registration, but that is not actually charged to families. As long as the camper attends all 5 days, then no fee is charged. And that's to kind of get their buy-in so that they will continue to attend. Transportation is provided if requested prior to June 1. That just gives us time to get everything sorted out in terms of getting the routes ready and knowing how many buses and how many drivers that we need. So our future plans, and I think that we didn't edit this slide from the curriculum instruction because it was sent to legal for review and it has been approved by legal. We have it all ready to go and we are bringing it before you right now. We also did want to point out that we're looking at anticipated sources of future funding for 2024 and beyond. We're looking at Title IV funding and Title I funding, and also Mr. Bass and I have a long list of grant applications that we're getting ready to put in over the spring and summer as well. So what we're asking for is your approval of the Memorandum of Understanding with Goshen Consulting so that we can move forward with STEM Camp for this summer.
Well, I'm fully confident you guys will get that grant, but in the event the stars don't align, what is the cost of this?
Gosh, Mr. Bass and Ms. Boltonhouse are a lot better with that. It's pretty expensive. I did not bring that budgeting piece with me. I want to say that they initially told us it was like around $35,000, but then they were providing all of the supplies. So it is actually much more than that. However, also they're pretty liberal in how they spend the supplies. So let's say the kids are doing a project on Monday that needs markers, and the kids are doing a project on Thursday that needs markers. Well, they purchase markers for Monday and markers for Thursday. So, we're looking at, okay, how can we make this more cost efficient for us? Because I think there are lots of ways that we can do that.
Okay.
Dr. Harrell, let me ask you a question, because are we going to use school buses for this?
We do.
Every time a school bus rolls, no matter what, do they take that into consideration with our efficiency rating or not? It does, so that doesn't count against us.
Do we have smaller vehicles that could possibly do this? Because this is the third time I've heard this presentation.
sir.
Thank you very much. But you transported 17 students out of
Yes.
125. So I don't know how many buses actually rolled to pick up 17 students. So if we could streamline that and use that money to invite more kids to the camp, that would be wonderful if there's a way. I don't know if we have smaller, a long time ago had vans. So I don't
Our
know.
insurance provider will not approve the use of passenger vans, to my knowledge. At least that was their
Okay.
stance several years ago
Okay.
when it was asked. But
And what about the short activity buses? Do they have to be on a school bus? Do they have to be transported on a school bus for that?
Come on up, Dr. Harrell.
No, so that's a good question, Mr. Jones. So our insurance does not allow us to transport students in anything with an rear axle that does not have dual wheels on it. But we could transport students on the smaller buses if we so had some, but we do not have any of the smaller buses or the van-type buses that have the bus body,
Right.
the van front end in our inventory.
Okay.
But it does have to have axle with dual wheels on it.
Just wondering. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Should we not know what we're talking about as far as cost before we vote on it?
There's no cost right now. It won't be till 2024.
Well, it says in 2024 that Wayne County Public Schools will assume
Right.
total responsibility for the entire program.
Through title.
But that's 2024.
Yeah, we're just voting on the MOU.
That's a year
Okay.
away.
We're just voting on this year, correct?
Yeah.
Correct. It
Okay.
is completely grant funded
Okay.
for this upcoming year.
So
So
when you
will this
can
be
get
something
those,
we vote on again next year?
Yes,
For
sir.
2024, yeah.
so when we can get those numbers, you'll get them to us. right?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
If you want them now, I will
No, that's
email
fine,
Mr.
'cause-
Bass and he'll send them.
That's fine. We
Okay.
can have an email tomorrow.
Perfect.
Okay? I need a motion to approve the STEM camp for this year.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Second.
A motion, a second. Any other discussion? Looks like a great program. I know the kids probably enjoyed it, and I think bringing the families in at the end, they probably had a good time too, so.
It was a
All in
good day.
favor, raise your right hand. Okay,
Thank you.
unanimous. Thank you. All right, Dr. Lewis.
Yes, sir. Item O, under board action is requesting your approval of a contract with Eastern Carolina Workforce Development Board to help us implement a Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Grant, a WIAO grant. We have received funding, $150,000 to improve youth workforce development opportunities, specifically for students at Wayne Middle High Academy. So this has been thoroughly vetted through legal, and I would ask for your approval this evening so we can get this off the ground.
I do have one question. I was trying to read through a few things here. It says, in the event that the contractor fails to meet the minimal required quarterly goals. I was trying to find, like, what are the goals? Where are the goals at? I didn't know.
They probably are in the grant application itself, and I do not have that in board docs.
Okay, yeah, it said it was set forth in the addendum. Okay, I didn't know what they were.
So, Mr. Schwartz, my question is then, do we need to have a motion on this to include your letter?
You can have a motion to approve this grant with direction to advise them about the limits of our indemnification.
Do I have a motion for that?
So moved if I don't have to state it.
Do I have a
Well, I will
second?
second it.
Okay. All right.
The
Mr.
motion,
Henderson
to
got
be
that
clear,
one.
is to approve this with direction to send a letter about the limits of our indemnification abilities.
That was the motion, and it was seconded by Mr. Henderson. No other discussion, all in favor, raise your right hand. Unanimous. Where are we at? How many?
This is also me. Item P, I'm asking for your approval tonight of a memorandum of understanding with the Boys and Girls Club. They are in the process of applying for a 21st Century grant for summer programming. They have not gotten it yet, but what they've asked us for is if they do get it, in order to provide high-quality academic services to students of ours who use their summer program, they've asked us to provide some individual student data that we will collect anyway in the spring, and then they've asked us to provide some additional data in the fall of next year in an effort for them to measure the effectiveness of their own program. We ran this through legal to make sure that student privacy was not going to be a concern. Legal has signed off on it. When we sent back suggested changes to the Boys and Girls Club, to the MOU, they accepted all of them with no issues. And again, this only comes into play if they actually get the grant.
So pending approval of the grant.
That's right, and it's not even, we're not even partnering to apply for it. They're just seeking our support if they get it to make sure that they can measure the effectiveness of it by using our data.
We have a motion to approve this pending approval of the grant for the Boys and Girls Club.
That'd be fine.
So moved,
Well,
Mr. Chair.
The MOU is contingent on they're getting the grant, so you can just have a motion to approve the MOU.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. West, do you made the motion?
Yes.
Do I have a second?
I second it.
All right. Any other discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand.
Thank you.
Unanimous.
Thank you very much.
All right, UNC Pembroke. Hey.
Good evening, members of the board, board member board members, and Dr. Lewis. I'm bringing to you tonight a partnership agreement, MOU, with UNC Pembroke. This is for an internship for a teacher candidate that is ready to begin, and we're bringing this to you for your approval.
It's all been vetted through,
Yes, it has.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we approve the MOU between Wayne County Public Schools and Pembroke. Is it Pembroke?
Yes, sir, UNC Pembroke.
do I have a
Second that motion.
Right. Motion and a second. Any other comments, discussion? Right. Hearing none, all in favor, raise your right hand. Okay, unanimous.
Thank you.
Next up.
Bringing to you letter R, which is Global Teaching Partners, LLC. This partnership will extend another partnership to Wayne County Public Schools to hire international teachers under the H-1B visa. This partnership will support us with offering possible sponsorship. This will be the start for us to support this with Wayne County Public Schools.
And what would our responsibility be?
Thank you.
So the responsibility for us will be to support them throughout this process. We would have our teachers here, we would monitor them, we would interact with them in the classroom to ensure that they are providing services throughout that process.
And what is the timeline
The
for
time-
them being here?
The timeline for them to be here would be extended if we were to interact with them for the sponsorship throughout their 3 years. Like you normally do, you have your first 3 years for that. You would start on the immigration support with that, with satisfactory support with their teaching status for them to possibly become a citizen here in the United States.
All right, is there any financial responsibility by the board?
So under this contract, there is support there for us to actually support that throughout this, and with that part, we are supporting them with, and if you go under the terms in the agreement there, at the end of the 3-year, we look at that under letter B. And then with the support, with the alignment with their attorney, and Attorney Swartz also talked to the other immigration attorney, we would support them throughout that process so that they could get their birth certificate, making sure we have all of those things entailed with that. With their monetary support, we would start discussion with that, with any type of fee structure, and the fee structure there was attached to you. I think you all had that support there. With that on the back, the cost for the teacher sponsorship upon recommendation of the teacher is $22,500, and then their year 2 of the sponsorship is $5,000.
Is this the same thing, Dr. Mason, that we were in before?
It is not, that is not, no, this is a third-party contract, this is separate. They would handle all of those terms and agreements with the immigration, and we actually would have the FTE for the teacher to support that sponsorship as well.
So
But
did you
it's
say
our
this was H1 or
responsibility to
J1?
pay the
J1.
fee.
It's J1,
I'm
right?
sorry, J1, I'm
Okay,
sorry, with the
thank you.
J1, yes.
Okay, but do we have to pay the fee?
So we are, that is our fee structure, yes, ma'am.
And that was 22?
Yes, that's our recommendation. So that is what we pay when we are recommending teachers internationally, when we actually do a conversion, when we have a conversion rate for them for the fee. That is the fee structure that we actually pay to our contract. So we have money already for teachers. If we hire international teachers as a conversion rate, and this is the rate that we pay for the fee for the teacher.
So this is a contract for the company that gets these teachers, is that
That's correct, yes.
So, and then, but these teachers are considered employed by Wayne County Public Schools?
Yes, they would.
So they would fall under state guidelines, then, is that correct?
They would be employed under the contract. It would be a third-party contract, just like with EPI. So they would actually be under their contract, and then we would support them with their sponsorship.
So how's that different than what we were doing before?
So before
We were
we're,
responsible directly without
you
a
were
third
responsible directly, that's correct, that's correct.
So does this start to solve some of the issues that we discussed a while back about some of our schools that have quite a few that are getting ready to have to go back and leaving us without some core teachers?
So those teachers are under the EPI contract. Those teachers would go back because they're on another visa.
Yeah.
The teachers coming in here, we would begin sponsorship with them at, upon onset for the 23 school year. The teachers who we have in the EPI would have to return for their 1 year. They could either come back and maybe partner with Global, but EPI teachers cannot be sponsored because of the visa that they're on. The teachers that would be coming in under this contract that we would look at from the Philippines area would be eligible for sponsorship here.
Okay, and how long can they stay? Because the other contract said 5 years, right?
So with this one, we would start the paperwork for them to be eligible to stay here in Wayne County to work with us.
Indefinitely?
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
And
that's
we
what
would
we would
start
do.
that when?
So this would start after their third
After
year.
the third year?
Yes,
But
as approved.
when does this $22,000 come into play?
So we have, Dr. Lewis, you want to share with them the FTE for the teacher, because we have a lot, it's their allotment. It's the allotment for the teachers.
Okay, so will they be getting paid from the state?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but what are we paying $22,000 for?
So the 22, so we have, so our agreement is upon recommendation, we would provide them the $22,000. That is out of our allotment for the teacher. That's actually us in agreement with getting a teacher.
It's to the
So-
company that gets them for us.
So we're paying the company $22,000 to recruit a teacher.
Yes.
Is that for each teacher?
That's if we are going to, yes, ma'am. If
Okay.
we are going to say we want 2 teachers, we have to determine how many teachers we would like to recruit, yes.
And that's per teacher. Okay.
Well, let me ask you a
Yes.
question, because I keep referring back to the other program we had. Because, I mean, we recruited our own, and it didn't cost, I mean, our fee wasn't that much. I realize that's been some time ago, but all these people are expected to have visas and everything?
They are.
So
They
what's
would
the
come, they would come in under their process because they are actually doing the recruiting. They're looking at the immigration status. They're working with the immigration attorneys so that we could actually begin that process.
So who's gonna be responsible? Global's gonna be responsible for making sure they've got a visa?
That's correct, yes, sir. So this is the process that other districts are working under. We talked about other school districts are actually working with sponsorships. We've had our attorneys vet this and talk with other immigration attorneys. We are seeing districts, high-needs districts, that are working with them and have been very satisfactory with hiring 30 teachers and 20 teachers under this process. So they are here in North Carolina supporting this.
Okay, let me just ask you this.
Yes, ma'am.
Because when I hired foreign teachers, the company that I went through as a principal and the district, because I was working with the districts, I wasn't illegal. They were responsible for, they got the teachers here. They saw to it that they had a place to live. And like for driver's license, it took a while, but they even worked with them about a car.
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so they do all of that.
They do that too, yes,
Okay.
ma'am, they do.
So we're paying them, if we hired one teacher, we're paying them $22,000
That's correct,
to work. Okay.
that's correct, yes,
All right.
ma'am, that's
So if we
correct.
hired 10, it'd be 222,
Yeah.
220,000?
That is correct.
But you mentioned another 5, what's that for?
That is for the year 2 of the sponsorship in the district, so that's year 2 if we're going to sponsor them.
So it's
Anything after that?
$27,000.
That's correct.
So anything after year 2?
Then you look at the visa renewal and green card status, and those fees will be added there because that will be the process that they would start after that. So we're looking at a number of teachers that we may be able to service in some of those schools that we know have a very high status of turnover and hard to staff schools.
Yes.
So when you said, I think I heard this correct, but I just want to make sure. You said that this comes out of the allotment? Is this the so is this the allotment from the state that we have for the teacher? Like, where's the 22,000 coming from?
The $22,000 would be on top of whatever we paid that teacher.
Okay.
But I think in our minds, you have to think about it like this. We're already having to pay for contracted services to replace teachers in situations where we've not been able to find. So I think what we're doing with this one and with the next item on your agenda is to find any reputable source we can find to help us staff our classrooms with certified teachers in person.
Thank you.
And so that will absolutely come with a cost. Would we rather handle it through traditional job fairs and they show up here and fill out online applications? That'd be great.
Yeah.
But it's not happening.
Right.
And you're in the middle of a teacher shortage that calls for some pretty desperate measures.
And the allotment is, if I am at a school site and I have for my core teachers 10 teachers, and I have a vacancy in 2, then I can bring those people in, but I can't go over my allotment.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct. We're not looking.
Because the state is paying for the teacher.
That's correct.
We're just paying for the privilege to get them to come.
That's correct.
That's
Now,
correct.
when you-
Yes, ma'am.
When you say they're a certified teacher, so they already have the certification as a teacher when they come in?
Yes, they do.
Yes.
So we are recruiting right now for math, science, EC. We're recruiting elementary teachers. Many of these teachers, when they come in on the vacancy report, you see they have a V because they're already veterans.
Okay.
They have master level as well. Many of them already have 13 years of teaching experience. So they're coming over as experienced teachers.
Not getting BTs.
What,
Sometimes you might.
what happens in the
Sometimes.
event a teacher resigns?
In the event that a teacher may resign, we also talked about what portion of this may be repaid back to the district if the teacher leaves, if we see that a teacher is not actually making it, when we have that under contract with EPI. Sometimes some of our teachers may not be able to stay here because of family obligations. So if they determine that they're ready to return, then we can return back. They can return back.
Yeah, but what kind of money do we get back from this global company if they don't pan out?
There
There
is.
are prorated
I was gonna say, it's
adjustments.
gotta be
Right.
prorated.
Yes, it was
In the
prorated, and we worked through that to actually look at, let's say, if they stay 6 months of the year, so we would receive 50% back, or if they stayed 3 months of the year, we would receive that back.
So just speaking straightforward, how many teachers are we looking at recruiting?
So what we wanted to do is actually first start with some of our schools. We have 2 middle schools specifically that we know have between 12 and 17 vacancies. And when you look at those areas, especially in Math 1 and your sciences, they're having a high turnover rate. That would be our first 2 concentrated areas. I know that the curriculum team talked about things that they're doing, but you have Elevate in these schools, in these same 2 schools, that's costing close to almost $500,000. So when you look at us
And it's
bringing
not
in,
face-to-face.
and it's not face-to-face, so
Not
when
body in the room.
that's right. So when you look at us attempting to bring in maybe 3 math here, 4 science teachers, that is not even equivalent to you paying close to $500,000 for what you're doing with Elevate, and it's a virtual area. And we know that our students in those 2 schools need and deserve teachers that are face-to-face and
again,
are veteran
rough
teachers.
estimates? Rough estimates on numbers?
On how many?
Yeah.
We were looking at possibly starting with math and science. I would probably say maybe about 6 and 6 at each of those schools. First, we want to see what the recruitment is like. I don't want to say we're going to bring in all 20. We want to get the best for the schools, and they will have us involved in that recruitment process as well.
Okay, well, in the recruitment process, what I'm familiar with is I got an opportunity to interview virtually
Yes, ma'am.
with the teachers, and then I could select the ones, because I might interview 6 or 7,
That's
but I'm
correct.
only looking for 2.
That's correct. That is the same process, because we talked to them about that, and that's what our principals go through now with EPI. We would bring those principals in as well and say, we want you to work with this company, and you are selecting your teachers. And they get an opportunity to actually interview and select their math and their science teachers for those schools. Yes, ma'am.
And so the ones that are over here right now that we've got with EPI,
Yes.
they're under a different program.
Yes, they are.
Is there, are there, and this might be Attorney Swartz, might be a question for you versus Dr. Mason. Is there any way that any of them are able to apply for the J-1 visa and go in through this program and not have to go back for a year?
And not have what, I'm sorry?
And not have to go back for a year? Because currently, the way they're over here right now, they gotta go back for a year before they can come back. Is there any way for them
Go
to?
back for 2 years.
They could go back for 2 years?
Yeah.
Yeah, they do, because they're under a
Different-
alternate visa.
Yeah, different visa. Is there any
That's
way for
correct.
them to apply for a different visa,
While
i.e.
they're
the
here?
J-1, while they're here to?
Once they return back,
They have
Yeah,
to go
because I
back for
think
2
that
years
agreement
and
is
then they
also
can-
made with their
then they
country.
come back.
that is true.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah, it
the
was
ones
really-
that I hired was not through EPI.
That's correct.
The hiring process was a mistake, because I thought I was getting American teachers, and I found out it was a different program. But what it was is, when they knew that they could stay, when they wanted to stay, then I had to write their government, and I had to put in my plea to keep them. And then they were allowed to stay because, and they would, also I had to do that for them to bring their families here, and they established themselves in the community. And the only ones that left Wayne County was because they did not have a sponsorship, or their husbands had not gotten jobs that would allow them to stay and work within our district. So they went to districts like Charlotte, Mecklenburg, Alamance County, and they paid for their sponsorship and got them whatever they needed to stay there.
That's correct. And that is something else that we all are seeing as well as HR people. There are lots of districts who are doing their own sponsorship in their way. And we have had science teachers recruited from us to charter schools and different schools. As of this year, we have lost some, and we've lost some last year. So people are looking at various ways of trying to get our best and brightest to go into their district, and we
So
definitely want to
these
keep
are the
them.
J-1 visas.
That's correct.
Are we still gonna attack, let's see on the next one, the H-1Bs?
We are. We're still working with the H-1Bs. I'm still looking at partnerships. EPI was wonderful, and we're still working with Mr. Long and his company. However, there are other companies that are out there as well that we can continue to source, because EPI has so many visas that they will allow. Once his visas run out, I need to run under another company. So we've been looking and recruiting other companies that we can work with. And so Global Teaching Partners, that's coming to you next, is another company that is also working to establish additional teachers for us as well.
Yeah, I didn't want to get ahead, but I just noticed.
That's right.
so.
Mr.
Yep.
Schwartz, is that refund policy that you spoke about, or Mr. Dr. Mason spoke, is that on page 5, section 8, is that it, where it says administrative fee and refund policy?
Yes, it is.
Where does it say in there that it's prorated? I don't see where it says that.
It's subject to a reduction or refund of all or an applicable portion of the administration fee according to their current refund policy. That's the prorated return.
But it gives you all kind of things in there why they don't have to pay a refund.
It does, it does. But those are if we,
If they leave.
if
or
we
don't
terminate the
provide-
assignment for budgetary or other non-performance related reasons. So if we have performance concerns or something like that, then we'd be entitled to a pro rata refund. But it's supposed to be performance-related concerns.
So we
if it's
can't fire 'em because we can't
performance-related,
afford 'em,
we don't get a refund.
No, we'd work with Global to
Get a
determine the amount of the refund, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and in response to Mr. Folk's question earlier, on that same page, at section 2P, where it says cultural exchange, there's a provision in there that deals with these are what they call ACE teachers, academic and cultural exchange, is the acronym. And what this says is that the school district acknowledges and agrees that the purpose of the exchange visitor program and the J1 visa is cultural exchange. So that's the whole idea. They're coming here for 3 years for a cultural exchange, and then they're supposed to go back to their native land for 2 years, at least. So this goes on to say that we acknowledge that that's the purpose of the program, and that a teacher holding a J1 visa under their sponsorship, global sponsorship, is limited to a temporary visiting exchange teaching assignment for a period not to exceed 3 years as described in this agreement. Teachers are expected to remain under the sponsorship of Global. It goes on to say that they're supposed to return abroad upon completion of their participation with Global in order to share their newly acquired knowledge of the U.S. school district. A U.S. school district agrees to abide by the spirit and intent of the exchange visitor program as administered by the U.S. Department of State, and not utilize the program as a stepping stone to continue the employment of teachers beyond the program participation term. So that's the whole idea behind this, is they're supposed to go home and share their U.S. experience when they get back home.
So this is just simply another company like EPI then? Is that?
It is.
Yeah.
It
Okay,
is, yes,
okay.
it is.
So that's now telling me that they're limited to 3 years. then.
Okay.
We can't keep them here past 3.
We're not supposed to.
Yeah.
But if you offer them sponsorship, are you allowed to keep them? Because what's the purpose?
Well, what this provides is that we are agreeing that they go home for 2 years, and we agree not to assist teachers in obtaining a waiver of the 2-year physical presence requirement or obtaining employment at the school district beyond the completion of a teacher's participation with Global.
It will,
No, I'm confused.
I don't understand.
That's
Because I
what
thought
they-
this was something different, and they do not have to go back in 3 years if we sponsor them.
So we could sponsor them. They do have a method to sponsor, if we wanted to sponsor them.
Okay, so if we don't want to sponsor them, they go back in 3 years.
That's right.
But if we want to sponsor them, is it legal within what he read?
And they can. They do have an immigration piece there that they can do that, and that is something that we could request if we wanted to sponsor them from that.
But is it legal?
They're putting that in there because that's the expectation of the visa program from the State Department.
Yeah.
In the country they're coming from.
And maybe this is just rumor. I've heard that we've currently got teachers that are over here that are on a visa, and that there are school districts in other states that are getting ready to hire these individuals. I don't know if they're quote unquote sponsoring them or what's happening, but we're getting ready to have to send them back, but they're not going back. They're actually just going down to South Carolina to another school district.
And there are some school districts who have moved to do that. They have a policy that they're doing that. Durham is doing it, Guilford and Charlotte does it, and Sally B. Howard actually has taken 2 of our science teachers. So there are districts in North Carolina that are moving with that.
So my question is how do we keep the ones that we know are good? Like, what do we have to do? You know, I know that there's a great science teacher at Spring Creek Middle School that my daughter absolutely loved, that at some point by this AA contract is going to have to go back. Is there anything legally that we can do to be able to keep
But she's
those
under
individuals
EPI,
here?
right?
Right,
Yeah.
she is under EPI,
So
so.
You can extend her 2 years, up to
Right,
5 years.
so what some of them will do is once they are ending, they will let Mr. Long know that they are going to another district or that they have been contacted because they're not supposed to seek it out themselves. And then that partnership works with their immigration to do that. We don't
As
currently.
long as they don't work for us.
That's
Yeah,
correct,
without
yes,
a
ma'am.
sponsorship.
So we gotta get in the sponsorship business if we wanna keep our teachers. Yeah. Which I don't have a problem with, but if we got
Well,
good teachers, we need to
have
keep
one
them.
here Because he had to go back, and remember, we wrote a letter to his country, and we couldn't get them to let him stay. But we agreed that if we had jobs available, and they released him at the end of 1 year, that we would hire him. That's how we got him back.
And hire him back at the same school. We had like,
Yeah,
Right,
that was at Southern Wayne, I think.
it was.
it was.
But I'm telling you, that man pleaded with all of us.
And they will, because,
help
and they're,
us- to
yeah,
help him stay.
and they will. They're great teachers, they're awesome, and the 5 years come very quickly.
Okay, so I
Mr.
guess I
Chair.
was confused a little bit here, because I thought this was a way that we could sponsor a teacher from a foreign country and keep them indefinitely.
They do have that practice. However, we actually talked to them about that. It is a practice that they can process and they can do if we want to enter into that.
But can we use this J1 and do that? It doesn't, according to that
I think that's a question for
paragraph.
the attorney.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you just read it. To me, it doesn't seem like we can be allowed to do that, because they talk about stepping stones and so on and so forth, and, I mean, essentially, that's what we'd be doing if we sponsored them. We'd be using it as a stepping stone to keep them here indefinitely if that's what they wanted.
Attorney Schwartz, I think we probably, do you want me to go back to them and we just get some clarification? Because I know they are doing this,
Yes.
and I know they are doing it in the districts that we spoke to, and the 3 districts, and maybe we can get a statement from them. I know Halifax is doing it and 2 others, because we did speak with them. So that's why we're bringing this option.
Do you know if Wilson has continued to do it? Because when I did it, they finally went into the program.
Halifax, Wilson County Schools or
Uh-huh.
Sally B. Howard Charter School?
No, I'm talking about Wilson.
I'm not for sure. I know where this global has been utilized.
Okay,
Well,
well, I'm
attorney-
not talking about this one. I'm just talking about if they have any program that brings them in.
Well, Attorney Schwartz, this is the
I'll
difference to
find out.
me.
This,
There's,
yeah,
there,
this is.
there's can we do it, or can we
There
do
is
it
an
legally?
there is an extension, period. We probably need to revisit this with Global and get that language changed.
Okay, because I don't mind doing it, but I'm only gonna do it if it's legal.
I'd suggest let's,
We'll get
can we pull
that.
this and revisit it next month?
Sure, that's fine.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, we'll get it reevaluated with them. Okay. All right, so we'll bring that back to the board next month. Okay, the final Global Teaching Partners, I think we went out of order. I'm back at R, I was already at S. Global Teaching Partnership is the contract similar to EPI, where our teachers are on the J1 sponsorship here, and these teachers will be extended through their 5-year.
And that's the GRLLC?
No, that's Global Teaching Partners, LLC. That is R. We just went over GRLLC.
No.
No, we just went over.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We were on
We're
Global Teaching Partners.
Partners.
Okay, I'm sorry. Hold on.
That was the J1, now we gotta go to the H1B.
Hold on,
For
I'm sorry.
GRLLC.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so now we're at JRLLC. Okay,
There we go.
I'm sorry, we're there. Okay, so this is the H-1B teacher placement. So this partnership here is bringing more international teachers into Wayne County as well.
This is kind of what we're doing already.
That's correct.
Okay. That makes more sense.
So just to ask a question for clarification. You had mentioned the 22,000 and the 500, or the 5,000. I think what was happening up here is we were viewing item
You
R.
were, yes, you
And
were.
you were going over S, but we were viewing a totally different document.
Yes, that is true, and that's why I just
That-
said
okay.
that. Okay.
Okay.
So let's start over. I think that's what we were doing. Okay, so we're at Global Teaching Partners.
That's the J1.
No.
That's the one where Attorney Schwartz just read we can't use it as a stepping stone.
Right, this one we're revisiting.
Yes, that's the
And
one we're
now,
revisiting.
right, so
Now we're going
now,
to GRLLC.
We're gonna come back to that next month.
Right.
We're gonna come back to Global Teaching
Number R.
Partners LLC.
Coming back to
Agenda item
4R.
R next month.
Yes.
okay, we're doing item R next month. Okay, so now we are back at that's amazing, both of these are global. Okay, isn't that amazing? Okay, so now we're looking at this global so that we can continue with our partnership. And this one is the exact same as the EPI contract, the same process.
And the only reason we're looking at this is because we want more opportunities to hire through different agencies because they have a limit.
Yes, ma'am, that's
Okay.
correct, yes.
Is there a limit on the H-1Bs that can be done? You said there was a limit on the J-1s. How about these?
No, there's not,
Okay.
no.
And right there in paragraph 1, it does say if we want to extend them beyond the first 3-year period, the visa renewals and applications and all that are required. Additional attorney filing fees. Okay.
I like
So-
the refund policy better than the other.
Yes.
So this is an H-1B visa versus the other one
Yes.
being a J-1, and H-1B visas are kind of dual purpose. They can get their green card.
That's correct, yes.
So these are the ones that can stay here
This is the
longer.
one, yes, we're on the global. Can you put that back up there on the screen for me? Both of these are global. Put that
Yep.
one. That is the one, yes, this is the one with the 25,000, and I skipped to that one, and you guys are looking at the other one.
Yes.
So let's just start over. Okay, so this is the global recruitment with the H-1B teacher placement. This is the language that Alex worked with with this group. This is the one that's in Halifax. And I apologize, both of these happen to be the global. And you see the fee structure on the back that I was talking about with the 22.5. So this is the H-1B teacher placement that has the language there that can be the process for you to start the teacher green card status. Okay, this is the one.
Perfect.
There we go.
And so this is the one that would allow them to stay longer than 3 years
Yes,
Yes.
if we go through the process of sponsorship.
yes.
Okay.
This one makes more sense.
I think we probably need to go back to the other one as well.
The other one, we're still gonna have those questions.
Absolutely.
For the Global Teaching
Yes.
LLC. The Global Teaching LLC?
Yes.
Okay,
We're gonna have to revisit that next month.
okay.
I don't want to, it's almost not worth
This global recruitment, though, is ready for approval.
using.
Yeah,
Yeah.
This one's definitely, yeah, yes, sir, that's right.
So, Attorney Swartz, the H-1B visa, that is actually meant for immigration, correct? Isn't it? That's for them to be able to become legal citizens eventually if they so choose to. Okay, but a J-1 visa is not. That's just meant for temporary. They come over here, they go back, they take back what they learned over here.
Learn about America. And
Yep.
it'll be a cultural exchange.
Cultural exchange, but H-1B can lead to immigration status. Okay.
Says right there, B, 2B. The end of the first 3-year visa, the school district chooses not to pay, then they go back. If-
The H-1B visa, the definition there is they're specific to non-citizens who are temporarily living in the United States for the purpose of providing services in a specialty occupation. And those are generally considered professional positions. Okay, and it defines, the law defines a specialty occupation as a job requiring theoretical and practical application of a body of highly specialized knowledge and attainment of a bachelor's or higher degree in the specific specialty or its equivalent as a minimum for entry into the occupations of the United States. So that's a different purpose than the
Yep.
cultural exchange, learning about America and take it back to your country,
I agree.
which is what the J-1 visa is.
All right. Or does anybody have any issues with, what is this, S? 4S?
This is GRLLC
The
contract.
GRLLC contract.
That's correct.
And we do need to still approve this one, right, Richard?
And this has
Yes.
been through legal review?
Yes, it has.
Okay, Mr.
Yeah,
Chair.
And just to make, I'm gonna give you a couple of other things about the H-1B visa. The employer fills out a visa petition for that one, and the H-1B visa holder may enter under the non-immigrant visa and simultaneously attempt to obtain citizenship.
And if we want to extend them, we have to do it at least 6 months before the termination of their visa. if I
Right,
remember.
and they can get admission for up to 3 years on the H-1B visa and extensions for up to 6 years.
Okay. Very good.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we approve the contract with Global Recruit LLC.
I'll second it.
Any other discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. 6, all opposed? 6-1.
Thank you.
And on the other one, we'll come back.
Yes, we'll come
Okay.
back, yes, we'll come back and rework
Okay.
this language and bring this one back. Okay, thank you.
Okay, next up, we have some second reads from 4T, U, V, W, and X. Dr. Lewis.
Yes, sir. All 4 of these are second reads that were brought for first read last month. You have the ability to pass them as a group if you'd like. We'd certainly be willing to answer any questions you may have about any of them.
Does anybody have any questions on these for second read? Policy Committee, anything? All right, do I need a motion to group these T through X,
X.
which is 5, and for approval?
So move, Mr. Chair.
You can just have a motion to approve agenda items 4T through 4X.
Okay,
Second.
he made the motion, he seconded. Okay, any discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, we're up to ESER PO approval.
Good evening again, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, Dr. Lewis, and members of the board. Your next item is item Y under action agenda, the ESER PO approval, or POs coming from Support Services. You have 3 tonight requesting approval. One is for Air Heaven to install the HVAC equipment at Eastern Wayne High School and North Drive Elementary School. This equipment was purchased in a prior approval by the Board of Education using PRC 181 in the amount of $275,000. This is for labor for the install of this equipment. Item 2 is C&E Construction. This is to replace the ceiling in the 200 building at Brogden Middle School. This is in the amount of $29,598. And then item 3 is for Convenient Glass to replace the entrance doors at Rosewood High School in the amount of $58,850. And these come to you for your questions and approval for tonight.
Dr. Harrell,
Yes, sir.
that, you says the entrance doors at Rosewood High School?
Yes, sir.
Good gracious, that's high.
It's both sides.
Where is the amount?
58,000. Is that, what is that, 2 doors?
It's on page 3.
It's 4.
4 doors.
4 doors, yes, sir.
It's on page 3, Ms. Byrd.
Yes, sir.
I believe, Dr. Harrell, at some point we were talking about the cost per door.
Yes, sir.
What would you say, like $8,000, $9,000 per door?
8 for access control is $8,500 to $10,000 per door. So these doors do need to be replaced because these are the original doors from 1984. So because of that connection with ESSER and improving indoor air quality and the doors having issues, we are able to access ESSER funds to replace them and not capital or other line items. And then from there, we will have the ability to have access control, which in turn will give Rosewood High School 2 safety vestibules.
So are these key entry or?
Yes, sir.
Or is it
We're-
gonna buzz
we are-
in?
We are moving, they'll be buzz, but they have the ability to be key card entry as we discuss the safety measures that the board looks to at some point give us as priorities as what's to do.
Have we got any more that need replacing?
We do.
We got ESSER funds?
Yes, sir, we do. We have, as you look at our ESSER project list, we've done really well. We've completed about 65% of the projects. We still have items such as doors and windows that were priority kind of under our roofs and air conditioning systems that needed it first. And that'll be something that the board will have to look at as we look at our safety measures, what we want to do, because we do have some schools in the ages of Rosewood that the current entry doors may not be able to be retrofitted for access control and need to be replaced. And this is a budgeted item, so if you looked at the ESSER list or had the opportunity, there were funds set aside at the beginning of our ESSER projects a year and a half ago now for replacement of these doors.
I need a motion.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion, we approve purchase orders and contracts.
Second.
Any more discussion? If not, all in favor, raise your right hand. Unanimous?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next item is item Z, the 805 East Holly Street auction. So as you remember, the board approved for the potential disposal of the lot that we have at 805 Holly Street, and the board chose through the methods that are allowed by statute to dispose of real property, the public auction piece. We did advertise the public auction. We had it in the Raleigh News and Observer, as well as had it in multiple dates in our local newspaper. For the auction itself, we only had one individual that showed. You have that offer, of course, in the writing I had him sign. As I shared, of course, with the gentleman, it is the board's right to refuse that offer if the board so chooses to do that tonight, as well as potential give additional guidance as to how you would like to proceed with a potential other option of trying to dispose of the lot at 805 East Holly Street.
Well, what was the value of the property?
So the value of the lot that was appraised was, I think, $10,000, Ms. Burton.
And they're offering 1,000?
Just 1,000.
Huh?
Just 1,000, but they were the only individual that showed.
And is there an upset bid process on this?
Not for this, no,
Not
sir.
this particular one?
This
Okay.
was the public auction side. Now, there is an opportunity to either do an advertisement, for sealed bid with an upset process, as well as negotiated offer, advertisement, and upset bid.
Well,
Do we?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
We'd be better off to keep it. I mean, it's not
I
costing
agree.
us anything but a little bit of tax.
No, you're not paying
Unless
taxes.
we're gonna negotiate a sale.
You're not paying
Right,
taxes.
you're not paying taxes
Not paying
currently because you're
Right,
taxed.
so it's not costing us anything, so
Correct.
I'm just saying, maybe we should try to go back, if he wants it, and negotiate some fair market price for it.
So your suggestion would be to decline the
Yes.
offer as a board, and then look at negotiated offer, advertisement, upset bid.
Maybe negotiate something reasonable as far as the market value of it.
Yes, sir.
Better than 10 cents on the dollar.
Yes, sir.
Because I'll be honest with you, I think we should keep it before we just sell it for $1,000.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So this simply comes, as we stated, it would come to the board for either acceptance or rejection of it tonight. So that's what's before you tonight. And if you so wish to give me additional guidance as to the next step, I'm happy to take that guidance tonight.
Well, I don't know the next step, but I don't think this is a reasonable bid for us to accept based on the value of the property.
I think we ought to do some negotiating
Well, some kind
for
of
a
fair
reasonable,
market price,
for a reasonable fair market price.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So,
What's that gonna be?
Well, based on the value of it, at least 75% of the value of it, that's still a reasonable price, and it's a deal for whoever wants it, but, this is just kind of, I don't think this would be good business for us.
all right, who would like to make a motion to,
You
Do
could-
what?
I make a motion that we,
May I interrupt for 1 second?
yes,
You got limited options in what you can do on this. You could advertise for sealed bids. You could go out for auction again if you wanted to, or you could go through the negotiated offer, advertisement, and upset bid process, which would allow you to negotiate an offer that is something the board would have to consider and propose to accept. And if you get an offer that is something that you would propose to accept, then you advertise that for upset bids that have to go up in certain incremental amounts beyond that.
Or another option is we could just keep it.
Or you can just keep it and say, we're not gonna dispose of it at this point.
What do we have to do to it if we keep it?
We have to maintain it as far as just mowing the grass.
Just mowing the grass?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And keeping it within reasonable expectations for the neighbors as well.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, okay.
How many years have we been cutting the grass there?
The property is still in the name of Goldsboro City Schools. So if that tells you how long the lot has been owned by the district over time.
Probably didn't take that long to mow either.
No.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we reject this bid, and just hold on to the property this time until we decide what we want to do with it in the future.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to reject the bid and hold on to it until a future time that we decide what to do with it. We have a second. Any other discussion? All in favor of that motion, raise your right hand. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. I do believe it's you,
Right.
Dr. Lewis.
Good evening, everybody. I bring to you tonight a recommendation from the Finance Committee regarding our contract with the auditing firm that assists us. For the past few years, we've been working with Anderson, Smith, and White for our financial auditing purposes. We first entered into our agreement with them back, I want to say, in 2020. They assisted us a great deal in identifying where our financial struggles were coming from and helping us point in the right direction for how to resolve them. It is the recommendation of the Finance Committee that we stay with Anderson, Smith, and White by entering into a new contract for them for auditing services. You have seen the contract proposal there in board docs, and it is ready for your consideration.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the new Anderson, Smith, and White financial audit contract for Wake
Second.
County Public Schools.
Who said it first?
Tommy.
Sanders.
Okay. Mr. Sanders is the second. Any discussion? No discussion. All right. All those in favor? Raise your right hand. Unanimous?
Thank you. Next on the list, you have purchase orders and contracts. There are two attachments in board docs for you to pull up. Items number 1 through 7 are on one, and then the remaining items 8 through 15 are on the other. All of these have, well, I take that back. Some of these have been reviewed by the Finance Committee. Some came towards the end of the month when the Finance Committee had already met. There is one item, number 4, the Hanover Research, where legal review is still pending. But Hanover Research, you may recall Dr. Artis speaking about working with Mr. Yancey on program evaluation, and Hanover Research coming in to assist us with that. Any of these others, you see the leadership team member contact in the second column there. We're here to answer any questions you may have about any of these contracts.
PRC 105, that's ESSER funds?
No, 105 is the CSI grant that Ms. Wynn spoke of earlier.
I have a question about the Hanover Research Council project. Mr. Yancey, you say you're involved in this?
I'm working with Dr. Artis with this proposal.
Okay. Well, do you mind answering a question or two if you can?
Now, I will try.
Okay.
And if not, I will tell you that I
Okay.
don't know yet.
Okay.
I will try to answer the question based
Okay.
on my knowledge of Hanover Research. Now, you do also have CNI folks in the back that have also been involved in this process, and they could probably answer some questions, but go ahead.
Well, I guess my concern is for a price tag of $54,500. to a research group to evaluate our programs, what are we getting? How are they going to do it?
What you're going to get is qualitative research. They're going to go in, they're going to target in on programs within our school that we identify. From there, they're going to try to harvest qualitative research about the programs and program implementation and usage and outcomes, and essentially try to give us a very ground level view of how these programs have been utilized, what the implementation has been like, and are we seeing the outcomes that we want to see based upon our request. So I'm going to pause there. Did I miss anything?
It seems to me like this is something we could do ourselves. I mean, can't we look at the data ourselves and figure out what's best?
Well, you made the comment, the programs that you identify. So they're not going to do all our programs, they're just going to be selected programs?
What you're paying for is a subscription to this company, okay? And during the subscription period, you'll be able to identify programs that you want them to look at. But you have to keep in mind that when you start, we have to start with one project. One project, what is the scope of that project? And then they concentrate on that particular project, they concentrate on the scope of that project. Then once that's completed, then we can request another thing to be looked at during that subscription period.
So is it going to be feasible for us to look at all 8 of the projects I mentioned earlier?
I think it's feasible for us to definitely put them all on the list, and let's see what we can do. I do know in the web meeting that I sat in on with Hanover Research, they were very, very particular about timeframes. And I'm just being as clear as I can. They do not want us to expect, as soon as this is signed, we want to study on this project, and bam, we're going to have a study on that. We're talking, several weeks to a few months before they're able to give us some rich data that we can look at to basically really evaluate what's going on with some of our programs.
So this subscription is a 1-year subscription, or for how long?
My understanding is 1 year.
3 years.
3 years.
3 years. 3-year contract.
54.5 a year.
Yes.
Well, the first, how is this being paid for again?
Federal funding.
Federal funding.
Federal.
105, okay.
No, don't put 105.
Some of these programs that they're going to be looking at, obviously, are ESSER funds. ESSER funds run out end of September 24. We're buying a 3-year contract through 2025.
I think
so. It would behoove us, if we decide to do this, that we should concentrate on the programs that are being paid for by ESSER funds at the beginning. So we are assured maybe in the first 2 years that we get through those in case any of those are deemed we don't need them. Well, guess what? The funding's running out anyway. So that would be important. Now, the other ones that aren't ESSER funds are going to continue, possibly, but those should probably be more tailored to, if we do a 3-year thing, to the 3rd year, if you understand what I'm getting at.
Right.
Okay.
I agree.
Yeah, I think one of the things that's on the board's mind is all of these different options, the layered aspect of all of these different things that they've been able to use for teaching, all of the tools that's at their hands. What are we going to be funding going forward after this ESSER funds go on? But I think there's also one other thing that we need to do beyond this, digging down into some qualitative data, especially as we're saying that we've used multiple things and people were able to pick and choose, is what's our teachers in our classroom saying? The ones that are especially having success, what tools did they use? Why did they use them? How did they use them? And really getting the input from our teachers inside the classrooms on what they want moving forward. I think that's just as important as us trying to dig down and getting some data. And I would even say at this point right now with teachers and the fact of trying to find teachers and how hard it is to retain teachers, to me personally, that is even more important than digging down into this data. So.
And I would hope that part of the qualitative study, they are reaching out to the teachers and that they are going to talk with the teachers about their usage. I mean, I know when we talk about implementation fidelity, you know, how well was something implemented, you're going to have to talk to the teachers because they're the ones that are implementing. So with that said, I think the teacher's voice will be in these studies. I mean, because I can't see how they can do them without the teacher. But having stated that, I know that it's going to be a mixture, though. They're going to look at that quantitative data, but they're also going to look at that qualitative data, and just kind of meld it together into these easy to digest studies that we'll be able to share with you. You know, so that you will see what the impact some of these programs have had.
What is federal 171 PRC?
171 is ESSER funding.
ESSER funding?
Yes.
May I ask you a question, Mr. Yancey, about?
Sure.
Help me understand, about the education direction piece.
Okay.
The first two items totals $190,000.
Okay.
And if you look through their quotes, they break it down and it's broken down per school. Well, what is that?
Education direction is not Mr. Yancey's, that's the CNI initiative. Can one of you guys speak to that, please?
While she's coming up to the mic, both of those are listed as legal review. Yes, those are both still pending, numbers 1 and 2.
Okay.
1 and 2 are
I
pending.
just wanted to know, because the question I have, I guess, I looked through there and it lists every school. But if you look at every one of them, I'm just curious why, if we could have negotiated like a fee for the whole district, because they break it down per school, and every school, they charge us, for instance, WebPath Express site license renewal, $500. Title Peak online service renewal, Destiny District member, they charge us a membership fee of $150.
That's number 6.
I think you've gone away from Ed. You're at number 6
Yeah,
now.
you're at number 6. That's the Follett.
Yeah,
School
well,
Solutions.
Follett, that's what I saw, okay, school solution, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's all right.
Follett. So what is that?
to that.
That's the one that does the library management system is one of the things they do.
But why would they, I mean, they access membership fees, licensing fees for every individual school.
No, I'm not familiar with that contract.
Yes.
We don't control how they quote.
You know what, I'm sorry?
We don't control how they quote out these services. The Follett Destiny software is what essentially is the backbone to your media centers, as far as how they check out items, how they track items, how they catalog items. In addition to the Follett Destiny software, you also have that inventory management piece that finance added on, what was it, about a year or two ago?
Maybe a year ago.
You're right. So essentially what that quote entails are both those pieces. Now, having it broken down by school, that's just the way they quote it. They quote it on a per school basis because in the Follett Destiny software, each school is treated as its own entity.
I guess with this much expense for each individual school, I hate to even say this, but it looks like we would have a better understanding of if this is all media center oriented. Books, what kind of, you know, I don't see where that's.
Well, this is management of the collection, cataloging of the collection.
So this is not selecting books?
No,
The
no.
database and the checking out.
No, check in.
and,
Yes, yes.
Okay. I don't have a problem with it, but since he mentioned about books, I wanted to make sure
Yeah.
that we had the understanding that this is not dealing
This
with selecting books.
this
is the
has nothing to
management
do with the selection of
library
books.
system. Yeah.
This is the software.
Licensing
Well,
for
it
me,
might be.
where
I'm not
the
knocking
district
that.
could get one license or one renewal license instead of, and I guess it's the way I guess they could have sent us a big figure for the whole district, they broke it down individually. I was just curious why.
They just broke it down individually by school because that's how they
Some of them are
quote it.
different prices, I didn't know what the difference in the prices were.
I mean, we can take a look at the prices. Having not been the person who generated the quote, I can't speak clearly to that, but I will be more than glad to dig into the
I was
licensing.
just curious to why they did it this way.
Some vendors will bill you based on the number of students enrolled at a given site. They might have one fee that covers schools up to a certain size and then a different fee. I don't know specifically how Follett does it, but that might explain the difference why one school might cost more than another. The assumption is a larger school is going to have a larger library.
And I can understand, it's just curious to me why they broke it down like this, why they didn't say Wayne County Public Schools, instead of 33 fees for the same thing, your fee for that is X number of dollars, so.
They have 33 different instances, I suppose, is the way to look at it.
Yeah,
33 different sites that are
it's just the way the software runs. It's, each school is its own entity, so each school must
Has
be
its own
subscribed.
license.
That's right.
Correct.
Can we go back to
Hanover?
Hanover? Yeah.
Sure.
Because the one thing that I think my biggest question about this is that it's 54.5 is what we got presented as the purchase order.
Mhm.
But when I go down and read the service agreement, it's for 3 years.
Mhm.
And so the 3 years is it's saying that it's ESSER funds, but ESSER funds are going to be gone
Mhm.
at that point. So we're going to have to pay for it out of a different source.
Mhm.
In year
So,
three.
yeah, in year number 3. Yeah, so,
Unless they extend the ESSER fund.
well, yeah, I guess unless they extend ESSER.
Yeah.
So we're being asked to approve a 3-year contract is what
Yes.
we're being asked to do, not just the purchase order for 54.5.
So it also states in there that prices here do not include taxes.
Yeah,
Unless
most
we
quotes
can-
we get don't include taxes.
Unless we can forward a tax exempt certificate,
Mhm.
which I'm sure we don't. So 54.5 plus tax. Okay. All right. Anything on the second page that anybody has any questions about?
Can I ask one more question?
Sure.
They wouldn't by chance do a 1-year service agreement to see how this works before we commit to 3 years on this, would they? Was that asked?
I'm not sure if it was asked when they drafted this contract, but, I mean, that's something that we could ask.
I would even say, since it's ESSER, we could give them 2 years to start. Might get a little more, historical data
Mhm.
over a 2-year than a 1-year.
Mhm.
Just a thought. Before we commit to a third where it's gonna cost us $58,000, so. Okay. Anything else on page 1 before we go to page 2? All right, let's go to page 2. Looks like most of that is maintenance stuff, obviously, and
Dr. Hill, you've answered this question, well, I didn't see you sitting there, you've answered this question before, but the invoice for the gas, that's to get us through the end of the year, is that right?
About 90 days. That's what we're seeing prices right now. So you didn't ask, there's 2 providers there, in case you're curious, Go Energies and Petroleum Traders. So we have POs with 2 providers. The pricing is updated every Tuesday of the week. So we shop between those 2 providers as well as state contract to get the best price at that time. And then you have one more there, I think that's for the E10. That is strictly for gasoline for the maintenance department vehicles for that.
the non-diesel.
Yeah, correct, yes, sir. Okay. That's non-diesel.
And the blanket order for the parts with Carolina Thomas,
Yes, sir.
is that just, I mean, there's all parts we've already got on hand, is it?
Yes, sir. We have some parts on hand that we have in inventory, because, we have to keep an inventory for everything, of course. But that is for additional parts or supplies that we need that we may not have in inventory currently.
To keep the buses?
Yes, sir.
I know we asked this in Finance Committee, but, and I think Mr. Dirksen had the answer to this one. The Dixie Trail lease, when was that particular lease? That goes through a certain number of years. Do you remember what the term date was? Yeah, so this, so 24, 25 would be the last year, was that right? Yeah, okay, it says year 6 of the 7-year lease agreement. It's on there.
And y'all ran that through finance, it's beneficial to us?
Well, I think the question was, and we talked about it in our budget work session, was what's the utilization of the spaces inside of all of our schools. We were paying, almost $70,000 for rental of some spaces. Are we able to house that, on site somewhere and save $70,000? We know that, of course, the building was set up nice for us to be able to do that, and there was some initial intent with it. But, is that something that we needed to look at? And I think probably knowing that we've got one more year after this, we've got time to be able to evaluate that. So I just wanted to make sure that the full board was aware of it, because we did talk about it in finance.
Dr. Mason, excuse me. Dr. Mason, the Philippine group. Flippin. Okay. And you have Wayne Christian. What is that?
So Wayne Christian. Okay, so the Flipping Group is, we partner with Wayne Christian under Title II funds. They were in the Title II budget at the beginning of the year, so they are contracting with the Flipping Group to provide professional development to their teachers.
Okay.
So that's what that contract is for.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Emerson, I remember specifically we discussed the place on Dixie Trail. And I know that's where y'all are headquarters and that's where you've got all your people. We even talked about maybe looking, because we were trying to see if we could save the district this money, this lease every year. I mean, I know that's ideal because you got everybody, I guess, basically
Yes, sir.
under one roof.
It's not only the EC department, but it's also the print shop.
Right. But we were thinking we were just kind of discussing how we could get out from underneath this lease. And I don't know geographically because you serve schools all over the county, the EC department does, if we could find, space available, for instance, out in the eastern Wayne, Spring Creek district, space available in the western part, space available. I mean, could you split your department up? If we could find space that we already have that we're not utilizing?
I would prefer not to split my department up, but if we had to, we could do that. But the people who are based at Dixie Trail, we are mostly itinerant staff. So we are, like, the preschool clinic is housed there, where we serve children incoming 2.5 to 3-year-olds that we evaluate to determine if they're eligible for services. And our occupational therapists, most of them are based there. Our lead speech, those type of people are based there. My program specialist, those people. So if you're asking me what I prefer, no, I would not.
Right.
But if I was told that we need to split up, we would. But if I need to start collecting boxes, we can do that too.
I mean, would that affect the functionality of what you do or not?
It would absolutely affect the functionality of what we do.
And also, if you're gonna split them up, the cost could become greater.
It could definitely could
Well, if
become.
we've got space available that's not costing us
Oh.
at least every year, that's what I was referring to.
Oh, okay.
We've got buildings somewhere that we've got.
We have,
room
what,
and
2
office
years?
Space, so.
Yeah, through January 25. We're counting down the years. We're following the lease contract just like you guys are. We moved off of the top floor of Wayne Middle High Academy.
And you were running out of space there.
Well, not necessarily running out of space, but it was not conducive to what we do under the umbrella of Dixie Trail. It is not conducive, especially for our preschool population that we are serving there. We have therapy. We conduct therapy there, so we have therapy rooms where children come in. We also, it's where we have our hearing booth. Every time we move that hearing booth, it's $5,000 to $8,000 because we conduct our own audiological evaluations here. So there's a lot of cost to consider, and I know $68,000 plus per year is quite a bit for a lease, but I think there's other things that we have to consider as well. And if we, moving forward in the future, considering moving that group who is housed at Dixie Trail as the Exceptional Children's Department, I would hope the board would look to locate a space where the entire department could move together.
And that would be ideal if we had that much space available.
Yes, sir, and it would also be
pay a lease.
conducive to the services that we provide. Preschool services, occupational services, speech language, audiological, the things that happen there on a daily basis.
Just keep in mind, we were just throwing some things around to try to see how we could accommodate the EC department if we decided to.
Yeah.
If we had an opportunity to get out from under a $70,000 a year lease.
Yes, sir, and of course, we would want to, if we could, possibly find a place that's ADA accessible, without a second floor, because we service a lot of children who are non-ambulatory and walkers, that type of thing. So that was one of the not so great benefits of being on the second floor of Wayne Middle High Academy with an elevator that did not always stay in use.
Yeah. Well, I just wanted your input since, you know, it affects your department and we've discussed.
Well, I appreciate you asking because, you know, it is talked about at every EC department leadership meeting that I hold, and my next one is next Monday, so I'm sure those who are watching the board meeting tonight, that will come up in discussion.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. All righty. I need a motion to pass our POs and contracts with
items 1, 2, and 4 pending legal review.
With 1, 2, and 4 pending legal review.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. 6. All opposed? All right.
Thank you. Last item for your consideration tonight is the acceptance of donations for the month of January. You have listed here $8,150.50 in monetary donations and $3,518 in non-monetary donations. That brings year-to-date just shy of $72,000 in monetary donations and just under $62,000 in non-monetary donations. And I continue to be very grateful for the support that our communities are sending our way.
Absolutely. Need a motion to approve the donations.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor, raise your right hand.
Thank you.
That's unanimous.
All right, we are at the consent agenda. If you would please, I need a motion.
A consent agenda is a group of items passed with a single motion and a vote. These materials and/or items are routine business or have been thoroughly discussed in committee meetings open to the public and attended by board members. No debate is allowed on any item included on the consent agenda. If a board member wants a separate consideration for any item, it may be removed by request. Can I ask Attorney Schwartz a question?
Mm-hmm.
Do we need to make a motion to include the closed minutes remain closed?
Yeah, the closed minutes need to remain closed, except it's okay to release the January 4 closed minutes.
The January 4 closed minutes?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we, sorry.
Mr. Chair, I need to be in that I was not on the board for the August and November meeting. I need to recuse myself.
Recuse. I need a motion to approve Mr. Joyner recusing himself from the vote.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Excuse me, what you should do then, if I may, would be to remove items E and F from the consent agenda and vote on them separately.
Separately.
Okay,
Okay.
all right. So I need a motion to remove items E and F from the consent agenda.
That
We
can
got
be
one
done at
motion on the
Mr.
floor.
Joyner's request without a motion. Any board member can request to remove those.
I request to have items E and F, the August closed session and the November closed minute sessions, removed, please.
Do I have a second?
It didn't require that.
Not
did it?
required?
Not
Yep.
required.
Okay.
All right.
All right, so with that said, then I need a motion to approve items G through K.
No, it
No.
would be,
Need
No.
D through K except for E and F.
Okay. I'm sorry, A, yes, A through K with the exception of E and F.
you need a motion to approve items B, C, D, and then G through K, and not release the closed session minutes except for the January 4, 2023 closed minutes, which may be released.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda with items E and F removed, and that the closed session meeting minutes remain closed with the exception of the January 4th meeting.
Mr. Chair, I second his motion.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. All right. Now, we need to recuse you from E and F. So I need a motion to recuse Mr. Joyner from E and F.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, raise your right hand. And now I need a motion to approve items E and F.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we approve items E and F and that the minutes remain closed.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. All right. Whew. Okay. Mr. Joyner, would you like to start us off with any comments?
Thank you, sir. I would. First off, I would like to commend the high schools for the programs that they're doing as far as the CTE programs. I just wish that students would take advantage of what opportunities the high school is providing them as far as getting the training to enter into the workforce. And unfortunately, these kids are not taking advantage of the opportunity. So we need to still continue to promote that, and students, please get some sort of credential. It doesn't have to be the decision that you make for the rest of your life, but you get something, and that's going to go on a resume, and it helps you so much when you get into the workforce. I would like to, commend the ROTC programs at all of the high schools. They all have it except for one, I understand. But then Spring Creek High School, I understand, is getting we're approving that. We can mention that about the program, the police program.
The police, yes.
Yes, the police academy program. So, that's something that's excellent opportunities for these kids to take advantage of. And lastly, I would like to thank the staff at the schools, the resource officers, the staff here at the central office, and the quick response that they had. The work that the Goldsboro Police Department did with the Mount Olive Police Department, with the Wayne County Police Department, and the quick action that took place on the threats that took place, and how they did a great job of resolving that quickly for us. And I thank you for your cooperation with law enforcement.
Thank you. Mr. Anderson.
First of all, I'd like to, again, congratulate Beth Rose for being the NCAT finalist, and also recognize those national board certifications that went on tonight, 2 of them that were newly certified, and we had 8 that were actually maintaining their certification, so that speaks well for us. I'd also like to personally thank those nurses and all that came on board with the proclamation that we gave the school-based health care awareness. The Wish Center is an outstanding resource for our students, and I can speak personally to that because of my grandson, who died of cancer a few years ago, received a lot of services through that Wish Center. So I am eternally grateful to the Wish Center for all that they're doing for our Wayne County Public Schools. And lastly, I just want to again remind our superintendent that with the search committee for the superintendent search, one of the things that's supposed to take place is on February 21st. We're supposed to have constituent and stakeholder input that's given. And I know in my interview with the search committee last week, that was one of the concerns I raised with them, asking them exactly how it was supposed to be done. And they said it's the board's responsibility to identify who those stakeholder groups are that are going to be interviewed. And if that interview is going to happen on 2/21, I'll let you know right now, I'll be out of town from February the 16th to the 20th. That's my comments.
Thank you. Ms. Bird.
I would just like to again salute Mrs. Beth Rose for being a finalist for the North Carolina NCAT. I was trying to think of N. Okay, of the NCATs, and I wish her very well in this as a finalist. I was very pleased with the number of people that received a first time for national board, and those that returned and were recognized tonight. And I think Mr. Henderson said there were 8 that had received it before. And I really would like to compliment the maintenance department, because it has taken us many, many years to get this in order for them. And I hope that we will be able to fill positions with what was done here tonight, because we don't need people working 2 and 3 jobs, and we don't need to continue contracting out. So I'm very pleased that something has finally been approved.
Mr. Sanders?
What I was gonna say has already been said, so I'm good. Thank you.
Mr. West?
Mr. Chair, I don't have any comments.
Mr. Foat?
In addition to all the other comments that were great, one, parents, family members, please talk to your kids about making good choices with social media. It has a profound effect on a lot of people, the decisions that they make. So please make sure to have those conversations. And on a lighter note, if you haven't read the news yet, the Golden Leaf Foundation did award $225,000 to Wayne County for a collaborative effort between Wayne County Public Schools and Wayne Community College that will help to enhance some CTE programs on the southern end of the county. And I'm looking forward to seeing what that looks like here in the near future.
Thank you. I'm going to start off by saying a belated happy birthday to Mr. Sanders. He had a birthday this past weekend. And secondly, it always is enjoyable when we have board highlights. And it was a pleasure watching and seeing everybody that was recognized tonight. So I thank all of them and all our staff, for that matter, for all their hard work. I want to thank everybody that continues to amaze us with their donations to Wayne County Public Schools. Between monetary and non-monetary donations, we're up at about $140,000 this year. So that's quite amazing, and we got a ways to go yet. So I'm pushing for 200. No. But anyway, other than that, I thank the board for the lively discussion we had. over how we were going to take care of our maintenance folks, and I'm glad we got something done. It's been a long time in coming, and I appreciate that. So, other than that,
Mr.
yes.
Mr. Latham, I would, as chairperson of the C&I committee, I really want to thank the department chairs for the presentations that they made tonight. They represented their assistant superintendent of curriculum and instruction extremely well, and I know that she's probably watching and very, very pleased. But I want to thank you for the work that you are doing, and the work particularly that you did tonight in making sure that we understood what you were asking of us. And I think, did you get Mr. Joyner?
I did. He started it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and you stole my thunder because I was going to thank the staff, but
Oh, I'm
that's
sorry.
okay. We got some very
Well,
good.
I just did partial staff.
We had some very good presentations tonight, and I know it's been a long evening. We knew it was probably going to be a long one when we saw that double, triple page of agenda, so, but thanks to all the staff, both up here at Central Services and throughout all our schools. Couldn't do it without you, obviously, and I know our kids appreciate all your hard work. With that said, Dr. Lewis.
No comments, Mr.
No
Chair.
comments. Mr. Schwartz?
Congratulations to the Beginning Teacher of the Year finalist for the North Carolina Center for the Advancement of Teaching, NCAT. And I can't tell you how much she's going to get out of that week up there, and as good as she is to get to this point, that week's going to make her a whole lot better.
All right. I need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
I will say, on behalf of the Philadelphia Eagles, I second it.
All approved?